Appeals. And I would like to welcome you to the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of October 26, 2001. With that, I request the secretary to do roll call.
Mike Murphy,
Here.
Marcy Daniels,
Present.
Chip Pastiglione,
Here.
Stephen Thau,
Present.
Kevin Scully. Kevin, you're muted.
Dave, can you unmute Kevin, or does he have to do that?
There he is. He unmuted himself.
Oh, there he is.
Yep,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so all present and accounted for. We have a quorum. I'd like to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, at this point in the meeting, I usually go over the fire exits, but you're all at home and know how to get yourself out of your house in case of an emergency.
Oh, didn't think to take that off.
Yeah, it's okay. With that, we get into our agenda. The first item we have on the agenda is the appointing of a new acting chairman. Our previous acting chair had to leave the board. He moved out of town. And at this point in time, I'd like to make a nomination for Chip Pastiglione to be the new acting chair. Would anybody like to second that motion?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Chip, did you?
Aye.
say aye, okay. I didn't want it to be four against one and, have you forced to take the position. Okay, so thank you, Chip, for agreeing to, fulfill those duties. Basically, if there's ever a time when I can't make a meeting, I'll let you know in advance and you'll chair up the meeting. And as I said, you always have Dave McCartney and Noreen to lean on during those periods to help you through your first couple of meetings until you get used to it. So thank you.
You got it.
Okay. With that, we move on to the public hearings section of our meeting. We had 5 items scheduled for public hearings today. I believe one applicant has pulled themselves off. So still with that, we have 4 applications up for public hearing tonight. After the public hearings, we have 1 new project. And after the new projects, we have 2 returning projects. So it could be a long night, folks. It's 7:30 now, and we're just getting ready to open the first public hearing. And this is for Town of Monroe Planning Board interpretation of the town code. And I believe Bonnie Franson is here on behalf of the Town Planning Board to make a presentation. So Bonnie, wait, before I do that, I first have to make a motion to open the meeting for public hearing on this matter. So,
I'll second the motion.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So with that, Bonnie, I turn the floor over to you to present your case.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Bonnie Franson. I'm the planning board chairwoman of the town of Monroe, and I'm here representing our planning board in this matter, which involves an appeal from the building inspector's interpretation involving frontage. And the appeal was triggered by the review of an application we've been involved with along Allison Drive, at 20 Allison Drive. Having said that, this is really, we're looking at it from a broader perspective in terms of the implications it has when we review an application, any application that involves the term frontage. You all received back on September 9th, 2021, our notice of appeal that was prepared by Burke, Mealy, Golden, and Naughton. Ashley Torrey's our attorney, as well as the application. And I will say that in essence, we view the term frontage to mean the location of the lot from which you gain access. And Ashley's appeal letter details our rationale with regard to that interpretation. And essentially she relies on definitions such as, hold on a second, I have to. Sorry, I have to sneeze.
God bless you.
Thank you. You know, we look specifically at the fact that frontage itself is not defined. It's not a defined term in the zoning chapter. However, there are terms that make reference to frontage, and in particular, the definition of lot is defined, and it specifically makes reference to a lot on which a proposed use is intended to be located shall have not less than the minimum area and width required by this chapter for a lot in the district in which such land is situated, and shall have its principal frontage on a street or on such other means of access as may be determined in accordance with the provisions of law. So from our perspective, when the term frontage is used in the code, it also requires that access is gained from that frontage. And this was all triggered by a provision that is within the special use permit requirements for public or private schools that say that frontage shall be along a major collector road. And the intent was that frontage meant that you would be getting your access, a school, if it's constructed, would get its access from a major collector road. And that it's kind of counterintuitive to say that a property has to have frontage on a major collector road and then allow it to gain access from some other road, like a local road. So again, at the heart of this appeal is our belief that frontage means where you're intended and required to get access from. And by virtue of the word frontage being used in relation to the major collector, the intent was simply not that you have, you know, frontage, literally that your lot line coincides with the major collector road, but that your access is supposed to also be from the major collector road. So I hope that helps. Again, you had the paperwork in front of you. I did make an appearance previously before this public hearing, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have with regard to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. And I guess the word frontage becomes even more so important when you're dealing with lots that do have property lines along several different streets. And I did review the building inspector's previous decision on this matter. And in his decision, he emphasized the term maintained frontage. So a maintained frontage is a frontage with a driveway that's actively being used and maintained. So, you know, in looking at that, my opinion is, and that's just my opinion, is that, you know, the term frontage, as it applies to a lot, applies to the active driveway frontage. Where are you getting your access to the roadway system?
Yes, and I would agree in that, in the requirement that it say that there be frontage on a major collector, the intent was that your major access, your access is to a major collector. And again, the standard for the private or religious school was that, you know, schools tend to have buses, they have many vehicles, they have parents dropping off children. And the intent was that that access would come off a major collector, which has the ability to handle the traffic versus a smaller local road. And so that was the intent. And again, that's where we are in our thinking as far as frontage. And again, I think it also, aside from this, how this was particularly triggered by review of this particular application, I had given the example at the last meeting that, let's say you have a corner lot, and the corner lot has both frontage on a local road and a collector road. If the standard for a special use said, frontage shall be derived from a major collector, the intent was that that driveway was going to not come out on the local road, it was going to come out on the major collector road. So again, that's our thinking, Mike.
I have
Mr.
a
Chairman.
question there, Bonnie, for you in your opening statement. And I agree with the chairman in his definition and with yourself, but did you state that if the school was built?
No, I don't think I did. I'm not sure what you're.
Because I visited the site and watched, and it's heavily trafficked. It's acting as a school now, right?
So the town has been involved with shutting down the school because it was operating without a special use permit and a site plan. So this interpretation's been triggered by the review of this application. But again, this has broader implications for whenever we review a development where frontage is required, whether it's on a major collector, if it says frontage is required on a state road. From our perspective, the intent is where you get access from. And based on your determinations, if you interpret, as we are, that frontage is supposed to be, meaning access from the major collector, and if an applicant, any applicant, cannot get access from where the frontage is, then from our perspective, it might either require a waiver of that requirement or a variance. And so we're just trying to establish right now what the term frontage means, and if frontage is the equivalent of where you get access from, so that we can then go back to our applications and then determine whether in fact, and also, in reference to the building inspector's determination, whether then there's the need for a waiver or actually a variance from requirements in the code.
Right, that part to me is crystal clear. I was just stating when I was there doing my due diligence, just observing, and this was a week and a half ago. It was acting as a school, so you're able to see the traffic and buses in and out.
I don't know what the status is. I believe there was a temporary restraining order. I know that the town has been involved, going back and forth with the applicant. My understanding is that they are not supposed to be operating a school at this time because they don't have the permits. And I'm not aware of any changes. So if they are operating a school, I think that needs to be addressed, especially if they don't have authorization to do so through various approvals. Especially if you said it was a week ago, because my understanding was that for several weeks now, they're not supposed to be operating a school.
It was a little more than a week. It was not quite 2 weeks, but it was longer than a week.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was just that's just what I observed. That's okay. That's all.
Well, thank you. Yeah, for that information.
Although our determination here isn't just specific to this lot, this lot is part of a recently designed, approved, and constructed residential subdivision. And in that subdivision plan, they created this lot as a flag lot with driveway frontage, active driveway frontage designed to come into that cul-de-sac. So, from the inception of the design and approval of this lot, it was meant to have its frontage on the cul-de-sac, which is, of course, a local road, not a collector road. So,
Correct, because it's a single family detached dwelling coming off of a cul-de-sac.
Right. So, not only is somebody looking to change the use of this lot, but they're also looking to change, claim frontage that doesn't exist. The frontage that exists on this lot, as was approved under the original subdivision, is onto Allison Drive, a local roadway. And probably part of that overall concept of bringing all of the driveways out to Allison Drive is to minimize the number of driveway cuts onto this area of Cromwell Road, because it really is heavily traveled. It's an old road, was never really designed for the heavy traffic load that it has now. So, the planning board at that time did the right thing in creating only one new roadway cut onto that property, rather than the 8 different lots that are out there.
My perspective, based on what I believe is the interpretation of frontage, is that any lot which is going to be developed for a religious place of worship is supposed to get its access from a major collector. And that means that the access is supposed to come from a place like Cromwell Hill Road. It's supposed to go out to Cromwell Hill Road and not to a local road. That access exists now. It exists because it's a single family detached dwelling. And a single family detached dwelling going out onto a lower hierarchy road with limited trips coming in and out of the cul-de-sac is different than one that's going to be regularly used for a school, whether it's religious, whether it's public, whether it's private. It's being used for a school. And the intent of the zoning was that when you had that level of traffic, when you had buses navigating to get to that use, that they're supposed to come off of and that the site is supposed to be located with access from a major collector. And the one there happens to be Cromwell Hill Road, but it could have been 17. It could have been, a different collector in the town, but that happens to be where this application is proposed.
Right, and even at that, the small portion of property line frontage that they have on Cromwell Hill Road is less than 20 feet in length. So it was never meant to access Cromwell Hill Road.
Right, and so that's if in fact they're supposed to get their access from Cromwell Hill Road, and they are not getting their access from Cromwell Hill Road, we believe that they would, I believe on behalf of the planning board, that they would either need a waiver from the special use permit standard, or they'd have to get a variance to be able to come and use their access off of the local road instead of Cromwell Hill Road. And then they have to make their case and argument as to why they can or can't get to Cromwell Hill Road.
Right. So does anybody else on the planning board have any additional questions for Bonnie? These type of interpretation applications that we receive are far and few between. So, this is not the usual lot area variances that we're looking at, or, access to an undeveloped roadway. This is an interpretation of the town code. And, so we've all had time to read through the application that was submitted to us by the planning board, and also check back into the town code. And from what I see, that is, the intent of how, road frontage is defined.
I'll agree with that from what I saw, and also what you said there, Mr. Chairman, with the 19.4 feet that reaches Cromwell Hill on that property. I don't think that was intent, and it's hard to see on the map that I have, but in that area, is there also some type of proposed easement that's running along there? It's hard for me to see on the plot that I have here, where it'd be running towards that little area that hits Cromwell Hill.
Yeah, from what I can see, that's a proposed clearing limit line for a sanitary sewer connection.
The applicant is proposing, and again, not necessarily related to this interpretation, but because that's specific to the actual site-specific application, but the proposal, those lots were constructed, they're all on septic as single-family detached dwellings. And with the operation of a proposed school, the applicant is proposing to extend or install a line to extend down to a point where it can connect to the sewer district's sanitary sewer lines to get central sewer.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think Chip is asking because when you look at the map from a distance, it looks like there are dashed lines there, like it could be a proposed easement or driveway, but those are clearing limit lines
Okay.
for the proposed sanitary sewer connection.
And just to be clear, in terms of the planning board's process, we're in the midst of the process. This application has not been acted upon by the planning board. We do need this interpretation to the extent it affects the processing of it. We are the seeker lead agency, or we are conducting seeker separate and apart from the interpretation. And we're in the process of doing the due diligence, reviewing the application for potential impacts, and then examining whether it meets the special use permit standards, as well as, is the site plan addressing all the items that the planning board has requested and what's required by the zoning law in terms of what has to be shown. So we're in the midst of the process. And just letting you aware of that, as well as any members of the public who may be in attendance and may not be quite aware of where we are in the process.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no further questions from the board members, I'd like to open it up to the public for any questions you may have. If you'd like to speak, please announce your name and so the secretary can get it, your name and address, and we'll hear what you have to say.
And also, this is Dave McCartney. There's an awful lot of people at the meeting right now. So what you could do as well is, if you're familiar with how to electronically raise your hand and you want to be heard, electronically raise your hand, then I'll go through, and anybody who wants to be heard, I'll unmute you and invite you to speak. And then at the end, I'm going to go through anybody that's here on the telephone that's not going to be able to raise their hand that way. And if your video is enabled, you don't know how to raise your hand electronically, put your video on and just physically raise your hand, and I'll see you and call on you. So right now, I don't see anybody with an electronic hand raise. Is there anybody that wants to be heard that wants to turn their video? Oh, I see somebody with an electronic hand raise. Sarah O'Connell.
Hi, good evening. So my name's Sarah O'Connell. I live at 223 Cromwell Hill Road, and the property in question is behind my house. So I agree with the interpretation that you guys have shared this evening of frontage. And in my opinion, their driveway, curb cut, everything is on Allison Drive, which is a local road. And even more so, it's a cul-de-sac. So I just wanted to go on record that I do agree with that. And it would be, I don't know, detrimental to the neighborhood if something like this was to be allowed. So I strongly oppose like a variance or, a waiver. I think it would have huge impacts just beyond the traffic. There's so many other concerns and broader implications that I hope the the planning board is taking into consideration, and I hope we're kept abreast of what you guys are looking into, because if we hadn't gotten the certified letter, I don't think we would have known any of this, and that's disturbing.
Okay. Very good. Is there anybody else that wants to be heard right now? Electronically raise your hand or show yourself on video with a raised hand, and I'll unmute, or I'll ask you to unmute. I don't see anybody. There's just a couple people here by telephone. Anybody here on telephone that wants to be heard? If so, just unmute yourself and say so.
Okay,
All right, I see someone named Harley Matzel.
yes, that's me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a kind of a general statement. I happen to have noticed just today on Monroe Matters, someone complaining that buses are driving way over the speed limit on Cromwell Hill Road, school buses. The bus traffic should be, could be a consideration as well. I know that we're talking about variances and frontages and all the details, but on a broader looking at it, and it was mentioned that this road is an old road, not designed for the kind of traffic. Well, there's already a lot of school buses, and now you're talking about school buses that are using this location as a destination, not a one stop and move along. I think you should consider that also.
Okay, thank you. I see Mia Mahoney has an electronic hand raised. Ms. Mahoney?
Hi, good evening. As a person that has gone to a private school and had private education, my concern is, how is it you can have a private school on a cul-de-sac? Isn't there some kind of fire codes? I mean, God forbid there was some kind of incident where the fire department had to get there. Usually private schools have more than one entrance. How is that allowed?
Yes, Mia, that's a good question, but under this meeting tonight, we're only talking about the narrow scope of the interpretation that has to be made here on road frontage. You're certainly welcome to follow along at the planning board meetings as they further hear this case before them, and that's a great question to raise.
Right,
Bonnie,
I understand
don't know
the
if you have
frontage.
a public hearing scheduled anytime soon on this, or are you're waiting to get through this process before you can get to that point?
It's a combination of, we're not really waiting for this process. We know this process needs to be finished so that we know whether there's an additional requirement in the review of the application with regard to, again, whether the project has access from the location it's supposed to, which we believe is a major collector road. But there's other information that we've requested as part of the special use permit process, and as well as, the site plan application process, showing information that we have not received. And until such time that we do receive the information, we're not quite ready to make a seeker, meaning State Environmental Quality Review Act determination, nor are we ready to open it to a public hearing. And for the benefit of the public that's here, that's interested in the application, the planning board needs to decide whether or not to issue a positive declaration, meaning the applicant would have to prepare an environmental impact statement, or a negative declaration, meaning, they've considered the various potential environmental impacts and we're at a place where we don't think there would be a significant adverse impact. We're not at that point yet in the process because we're still waiting for information that has not yet been submitted.
Okay, so I guess anybody who is online here, looking at this application, if you want to speak tonight, you can speak. If you want to submit a letter, airing your concerns about the project, that'll become part of our record. And we can certainly share that with the planning board so that they at least have their eye on that as they move forward with their application. But again, right now, tonight, we're discussing this narrow issue of the interpretation of road frontage. But it's always good to hear from the public and what their concerns are.
Okay, so I don't see anybody else raising a hand. Again, last call for anybody here by telephone. If you want to be heard, unmute yourself and be heard. Okay, I don't see anybody. I don't hear anybody. I don't see anybody. Oh, there's somebody else that wants to be heard. Tal Ronan.
Yeah, is the application available publicly? Is it available for public review?
This application before the ZBA or the application that's currently before the planning board?
The application before the planning board.
Anything that's before any of the boards is public information. You can go make a FOIL request.
Okay.
And you can receive, the latest updates on the project or anything that's in the file. You can examine the file and ask to have certain copies of things made. There's a process that you can go through for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would just add that if you go to the town website and you go under planning board, you will, if you scroll down, you'll see a link to planning board projects, and whatever materials that have been submitted electronically should appear there. And Noreen, if they're not there, we should make sure that they're up on the page under
I'll make
projects.
sure they're all updated.
Thank you.
So that's an even easier method of getting a hold of the information. I wasn't even aware of that.
Okay, so last call for anybody from the public to be heard on this. I don't see anybody. So, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything further you'd like to hear or to address with the applicant, now would be the time. Anybody else, any other board members, same thing, and if not, then it's probably ripe to have the public hearing closed.
Bonnie, I think we've heard from you on, your presentation, and you've been helping us answer the questions from the public. So unless there's anything else that you have on your mind now, we could just move forward and make a motion to close the public hearing. You okay with that?
Yes, you have, my prior appearance, this appearance, and importantly, you have our application for the interpretation, as well as supporting narrative from our planning board attorney. So I think with all of that, we've delved into, the issue at hand, and we thank you for hearing us on this application.
Oh, certainly. So with that, would anybody like to make a motion to close this public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Kevin.
I second.
Thank you, Marcy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Steve, did you?
Aye. Yep, I said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. All right, so that's unanimous. The public hearing on this matter is closed.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I might suggest is when you have an interpretation, an appeal and an interpretation like this, what I'd like you to do is discuss generally now, how each of you feel about it, but not take a vote. Let me get a feel for which way I think the board is all going, and then I can work between now and next meeting. I can work on a resolution that addresses the legal issues here and then present it for you all to vote on at the next meeting. I think that's probably more appropriate here to do it that way.
Okay, so, as we've been saying, we've been using this one particular project site as an example, but what we're deciding on tonight is, the terminology that's in the, or an interpretation of the terminology that's in the zoning code about lot frontage. And, I mean, you've heard me throughout this meeting, and it's my belief that, lot frontage is, as it says, a maintained frontage where there is an active driveway. And in this, so I think that applies to any lot that's in the town of Monroe. As I said earlier, you sometimes end up with oddly shaped lots that have frontage on multiple roadways, but there's only one active frontage where the driveway takes place. Anybody else on the board have a leaning one way or the other on this?
I personally think this is pretty clear, and I feel I'm in agreement with Chairman Murphy.
Kevin? Marcy, any thoughts?
Yes, I just unmuted myself. Thank you. I agree with you completely, Chairman Murphy and Kevin, that an active lot to me is a maintained driveway. When I think about frontage.
Thank you.
I also agree with you, Mr. Chairman, and Kevin and Marcia, as far as the frontage, the way this property was originally designed is to be on the cul-de-sac, in this case to be Allison Drive and not on Cromwell Hill Road. So I fully support and I'm in agreement with that.
Thank you, Steve. Chip, any final thoughts?
And no, like I said before, I agree with everything that you put forward there.
Okay. So with that, Dave, I think you know which way the board is leaning, and if you can, prepare a resolution for us to review.
But I'll do that and I'll have it ready for the next meeting for sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we move on to the next item on our agenda. The next item actually was DG Management, a subdivision off of Scunny Road. However, they pulled themselves off of the agenda just yesterday, and they were saying that they were going to resubmit their application. And with that, we, until we see what gets resubmitted, we're not considering them for public hearing in November. In November, we'll see what's new, review that revised application, and then if there is a, if they're prepared, we'll certainly put them on for the next available ZBA meeting for a public hearing. But until that takes place, they're off the agenda.
Yes, and just for clarity, they sent a letter to that effect that they intend to not only supply additional information, but also to amend the application. I likewise, maybe it wasn't a letter, but an email, but I likewise spoke to the new attorney that was just retained by DG, Jay Myro, this evening, and he confirmed that he was in agreement that even though the public hearing had been noticed for tonight, it will not be opened. He does not want it opened. He's going to submit a new, not a new application, but he's going to amend the existing application. And he's understanding that that means it will be on the agenda for the November meeting for consideration of the new materials and the amendment, for consideration at that time to be scheduled for a hearing in December. He's aware of that, and he was in agreement with that.
Okay, were they intending to change the plan before they resubmitted, or the plan is what they've submitted? They're just.
I did not get into that level of detail with him, only for him to say that he definitely is amending the application, not just supplying additional information. So he didn't tell me what that meant specifically, nor did I ask him.
All right, well, once they submit their additional information, we'll schedule them for the next available planning or ZBA meeting. So that being taken care of. The next application that we have is for the Verizon cell tower site on the
Excuse me,
professional.
Chairman,
Yes,
it's Noreen. There were, at least one person was online for DG. If you just, they can hang up. They're not going to hear anything now.
Yes, there was that. Thank you, Noreen. There was the individual that was on by phone that joined. I don't recall her name, but if you can still hear us, ma'am, the DG management application, it's done for tonight. There's going to be no further discussion about it tonight. So you could feel free to sign off unless you'd like to stay on and hear the other applications as well. Same goes for anybody else that's on for DG. It will not be heard for the rest of the evening tonight.
fair warning. Okay, so moving to the next item, it is the Verizon cell tower application on Professional Square, located on Route 208, just outside of, well, just outside of the edge of town, past the O&R Lakes, and right there by the thruway intersection with Route 208. And tonight we have, I believe, attorney is here tonight.
Should be Scott Olson.
Scott, yes.
I'm
hello,
here.
Scott.
Good evening.
So before Scott gets started, I'd like to make a motion to open this matter for a public hearing. Anyone second?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Scott, welcome aboard. Scott is the attorney for the applicant, and he's here tonight to present his case to the ZBA and the members of the public that are here to listen in.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the ZBA. David, am I able to share my screen at all? I have a little.
I'll enable it.
Thank you. I just have a few slides here and there to illustrate, exactly what we're doing. Since we're on the computer, it usually is.
Go ahead. You should be able to share now.
I can. Just gotta find it. Oh, is that okay? Let's see if this is it. That is not it. Nice, it is it.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. I'm sorry. That's our visual. Sometimes sharing is not the easiest. I have it open. I just can't find it exactly. Sorry about that. Well. Oh, here we go. Sorry. I guess I had to show all windows. That should be it. Okay. So this is what we call the OR Lake project. This is just a list of people we actually have on the Zoom meeting right now and what their various roles are. Kathy Pomponio is the project manager for Verizon Wireless. Michael Crosby, some of you may remember him from the other application that we did about a year ago. He is the Verizon Wireless radio frequency engineer. Brian Sarchi is the site acquisition person, and Steve Matthews is also on the meeting, and he was responsible for the plans that you have before you. So this is, as most of you are aware, this is the building. It's fairly recently constructed at 491 State Route 208. Professional Square LLC owns it. It's in the heavy industry zoning district. And that's the main reason we're here before you, because as you know, your law only allows new facilities to be in the utility overlay district. And the number of those districts and the size of the districts are extremely small. This is just your copy of your zoning map. And these red circles here, these are the 5 utility overlay districts that we can put these facilities in. Unfortunately, they generally represent existing sites. So this is a site basically that we call this the Town of Monroe site. We're on this site already. We're on some of these sites, but the location we're at is up here kind of in the northwest portion, this little purple triangle. So we're not in or near any of the existing utility tower overlay districts. That's why we need a use variance. And for those that may not be aware on the board or the public, for traditional uses, use variances are very difficult to come by. But there's a special standard for personal wireless facilities such as this, which makes a use variance honestly much easier to get because the courts recognize that these types of public utilities need to be pretty much everywhere. They can't be excluded from residential districts or other districts. But anyway, this just gives you the lay of the land, so to speak, and to explain why we're before you. And here's just, I don't know if you can see that, if it's too small or not, but this is just an aerial showing the property. This is the professional square property, and it's a 5-story building out there that we're proposing to go on. Obviously, there are no residential properties in the vicinity. It's mostly commercial. You have highway uses, obviously. And this is not as clear to me. Hopefully it's clearer to you, but this is a profile of the building, and we're proposing to install 6 antennas on the existing penthouse on the roof of the building. And you can see those that are right here. There's 2 others that are on another sector, but a total of 6 antennas in 3 separate sectors. There's an existing antenna on the building now. I don't know whose it is. It basically is the same height though as what we're proposing to do. Actually, our antennas might be half a foot lower in height. And the equipment is also proposed to be located on the roof, and that's the area that I'm kind of circling right now. So all equipment, all antennas are on the roof. And obviously it's a fairly new building. I have some photos to show you a little later that'll show you kind of what this looks like basically. You may be familiar with these types of plots that we showed you with the Bar Lane facility. And Mike, if he needs to, if you have questions, he can explain it in much greater detail than I can. But this is just a radio frequency plot that's prepared to show you. This one shows the existing coverage we have for one of our frequencies, the 2100 megahertz frequency. There's a little key down here, and the important thing is the dark green color is a signal strength that is a strong, good signal. You have very good coverage in the dark green, and even the lighter green areas. Those are solid signal strengths. Yellow is starting to get a little sketchy, for lack of a better word. Orange is not very good at all. It's very, very poor. And where there's no color, that's just horrible. Doesn't mean there's no service there, but the colors are designed to kind of show you the existing service that we have. And when I click on, and so the OR Lake site, which is right here in the center, more or less, of this map, you'll see when I click on this next slide, the color that's going to appear to illustrate the much better service that we're going to accomplish with this new site. So, just like a flip book, you go back and forth, you can see we're getting a great amount of, green, light green and dark green in this general area, which fills in, very, very nicely. So we need this for coverage purposes, but as with the Bar Lane site that some of you may have been on the board for, we also need it for capacity purposes. There's so much use of these networks, and especially over the past year with COVID, it was exacerbated greatly with people working at home and remotely. But, and this is just, and this is in the report that you have in the application. But there's down here at the bottom, there's this red dashed line. And this is just one way of measuring capacity. But this is 100% capacity of this Monroe Gamma sector, which is the site just to the southeast of us. Purple represents overutilization. So it's going way, way above 100% capacity. And that's because there are just too many people that are utilizing the network in this specific sector. We have other sectors, this is from our Blooming Grove Beta sector. Again, another site, different sector, showing you that we are greatly exceeding the 100% capacity over the last year or so. So again, that's just kind of a snippet of the capacity argument as to why we need a new site. And really the last thing I wanted to show you were just a couple of photos from the photo simulation that we included in our application. This is just the photo log that shows you all the different locations that we looked at. We looked at about 13 different sites around the property. And I've chosen here a handful of the pictures. These are the only pictures from which this will be visible according to our analysis. And as you would expect, it's going to be visible from just very close to the property. But, this is a photo, an existing photo looking south from Route 208. And I'm sorry, this one's not visible. I slipped that in by accident. My apologies. But so from that location, you will not be able to see the antennas and equipment on the roof. This one will be visible slightly. And this one is looking, it's right in front of the building, obviously. And this is what you see existing, and you can see that there's one whip antenna right up there. Again, I don't know whose it is. It's hard to see, but it is there. And then these are the antennas that you can kind of see that they go around the whip antenna a little bit. We have two antennas there and two antennas there. The other sector you can't see. So a very minor addition, very low visibility, but I think that's right in front of the building. This one, looking northwest from Route 208, it's on the south of the building. It's the antennas you'll see. This is the existing photo, but you can see now, well, through these utility lines, but the antennas would be slightly visible right there. So again, existing condition, proposed condition. Generally, only two of the sectors will be visible and only partially visible. Those are the only locations from which these antennas are actually visible based on our analysis. So I just wanted to, and we took 10 other pictures and they were not visible. So that essentially is what I wanted to show the board tonight. And yeah.
Can I ask a question before we go too far along here?
Please do.
On the photographs of the building, did you fly a balloon at the height of the new whip antennas so that we could see like where they are? I mean, what you're showing us is the existing antennas that are on top of that roof.
Yeah. Steve Matthews can chime in if my answer is incorrect. I don't believe balloons were needed to be flown at this location. I believe they were able to scale the antennas based on the existing structure. Because normally with the existing photos, if we use balloons, you would see the balloons in the photo.
Right. Okay. So scrolling back to the page where you showed us the front elevation of the building drawing. Yes, that drawing right there.
Yes.
So on the right-hand side on the top of the roof are all of your ground equipment that goes along with the antennas. On the left-hand side, it looks like it's all masked off by some kind of shielding or, there's a screening structure around it. And I think the first time you were here, we asked you about doing the same on this side so that, everybody looks at the antenna, but sometimes it's the ground apparatus that looks worse than the antenna itself, because everybody's looking up in the air at a thin little antenna. But,
Yeah.
you know, in this case, and, you know, of course, it depends on, you know, where you are when you look at the building. But I think if you're coming down 208 or headed north or south, you're at a distance far enough away where you're going to see that. And this is a relatively new building, and I'd hate to see the top of that roof line being mucked up with just a lot of utility equipment that's visible.
Yeah, and I remember that we talked about that at the last meeting. And then I went back and spoke to Steve Matthews, and he said that when they did these simulations, they included the equipment. So you're not going to be able to see any of that, what we'll call ground equipment that we're putting on the roof. But I know what you mean. He said you will not be able to see any of that. You can see it in the profile of this because you're looking, you know, you're looking dead on, but because of where the equipment will actually sit kind of towards the center of the roof, width-wise of the building, that it's not going to be visible, again, from at least these 13 locations. Steve, is that correct?
I think, you know, on that topic, I'm unconvinced by what's presented here.
Okay.
So a good gauge to determine whether it's visible or not is to look at the penthouse structure that's immediately to the left of it in that diagram. So that's the existing stairwell penthouse. And if you go back to either of the photos that show the antennas that mount to that penthouse, you can't see the penthouse. You can just see the antennas. So in order for the equipment to be visible, you would have to be able to see the penthouse because it's the same exact height. But since you can't, then there is no way that the equipment cabinets could be visible.
I've driven past there and I think you can see that stuff at certain points. I mean, you know, you should be keeping your eyes on the road, but when you do drive past it, it is visible from some points. And I would just hate to add something, you know, so mechanical and bland looking on top of the roof of this new structure. And maybe you got to show me some cross-section drawings from the roadway to the roof line and show the line of sight from, you know, various angles. But as far as being not visible from the roadway, I'm hesitant to buy into that at this point.
Okay, yeah, we went up and down 208 to look for it and we couldn't find it. But we can certainly supply a line of sight that shows an elevation from the roadway over to the roof of the building and to prove what is visible and what's not visible. That's fine. I mean, right, even here on photo S2, you can't, this is from the parking lot looking towards the building, right at the edge of 208. And you can't see it. I think we have another picture. Scott started photo 1, the sheet at the beginning of the Sims. That's looking south from 208, looking from the north south towards the building. And
right, you're in the parking lot of the
also not visible. So here in this vantage point, the antennas would be on the right, and because they're on the back half of the building, you can't see it. The whole assembly is just not, it's just hidden from view. And right before Scott's presentation, I was on Google Street View trying to see it from the south of the building, and I couldn't find the penthouse there either. There's just too many trees in the way.
Do you have some type of cross-section or profile of that roof where the penthouse sits, is how high that fascia would come up from the actual roof? Like in measurements, because you keep talking about it, but if you throw a number where you would see what the chairman is talking about. So what is the elevation of that fascia above the roof? And then what would be the elevation of that ground equipment?
Yeah, sure. That's in that diagram that Scott had up with the elevation of the building.
Get back there. Yeah. And I don't know, that's a little fuzzy on my screen. I don't know.
I've got it here. So the elevation of the top of the wall, which is the top of the parapet, is 61 feet.
Yep.
The elevation of the top of 61 feet. And the elevation of the top of the penthouse is 68 feet. and the roof elevation is 56.9. So the parapet itself is just over 4 feet tall, which is pretty substantial. And that's exactly why it's blocking views of the penthouse behind it,
So then you're
which will
saying
in
the
turn
roof,
block views of the equipment that's behind it also.
right, so the roof elevation was 56.9,
Correct.
and then the other one was 60. The first the fascia for the antennas is 61 and change, you said, or
Right. That's the parapet.
Right.
It's basically the front wall of the building extends up past the roof line to 61.1, which is 4.2 feet tall.
Yeah,
So,
Scott,
and then think
could
of
you
the
zoom
line
in
of
on
sight.
this drawing a little bit?
Say
You
that
might
again,
be
sorry.
exceeding my technical abilities here. I, if someone can help me, I could. I'm not seeing it. Oh, wait, there we go. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, much better.
I'm so sorry. I didn't see that. Yeah, so what Steve is that better?
That helps. It helps a
Okay,
great deal.
so this is 56.9 is to the top of the roof. And you know, from the roof to the top part of the equipment, we're looking at 9.7 feet. So if the parapet's 4.2 feet, we're looking at 5.5 feet, right? Sticking up above the parapet. If I did my math correct. So that's why, so some of this equipment, you don't see it right away just from the parapet because it's blocked by 4 feet of the parapet. Doesn't cover
Right.
all of it, obviously, but because of the surrounding uses,
so then
elevations.
do you also have a measurement then how far set back from the front? So, you know, you're roughly talking it's going to be covered by just under 5 feet, and then what sticks up above it is another roughly 4 feet. And then that would be pushed back from the front. Because the more it is to the front, the more visible you would see it at that type of height. So how far back in the building does it sit?
Yeah, so kind of looking at it from a roof plan perspective.
Yeah, and
right,
I
right,
have
looking
that.
down from above.
I
Where does
have
it
the
all
roof
lay out?
plan, but I don't have it on the, no, if you want to hang with me, I could probably, Steve, do you have it or?
Yeah, I have the roof plan, but there's that dimension's not on there, but I can just tell you from scaling that the two sets of the antennas are about 15 feet back off the roof, and one set is about 5 feet back off the roof.
I think
I'm
they
sorry,
wanted to know
off
the
off
equipment,
the
how
wall.
far is the equipment back off the roof?
That is about 10 feet,
That's
maybe
what
12.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought
so
based on
that's
my.
pretty close to the front edge.
Right, but again, it's the same exact height as the penthouse, which you also can't see from the road. If you flip back to either of the pictures that show the antennas being visible, they're both, well, I'm looking at photo 2, it's 380 feet away from the front of the building, and you can't see the penthouse.
Yeah, so you can't even see the bottom of the antennas there.
Right, and since they're mounted on the penthouse, which is the same height as the equipment, there's no way you can see the cabinets. It's just physically not possible.
Yeah, and same with
picture 12, same thing.
this one.
So this is even a bit further away at 410 feet, and the penthouse is it's just not in the field of view. And so this picture 12 is actually from the south on 208. And if you go further south, those trees in the foreground actually block the entire building. So not only could you not see the antennas, but everything else is, the whole building is just out of the field of view.
Well, this is what leaf's on. So, you know, we're headed towards a part of the year where, you know, a lot of that vegetation is going to be cleared out. All right. You know, maybe I have to take a closer look at it, take a drive out there and convince myself that that's truly the case.
Yeah, I was actually going to recommend it. Is I could give you any line of sight that you asked for, but nothing beats actually driving on that road or walking the road and looking towards the building and seeing if you can find it or not.
Okay.
That's the best evidence you can find.
So that was basically what I had to share tonight with the ZBA. And if there are any other questions, we're happy to try to answer them.
Okay, so we're working here tonight without the benefit of our telecommunications consultant. Right, so I know that we hired Cityscape to review this application. I haven't seen their reports on this yet. So, you know, just in terms of like where we're going to end up at the end of this meeting, I don't think that we're going to be in a position to close this public hearing tonight. I thank you for giving us this presentation up to this point. And, you know, if any of the board members have any additional questions, you know, that we can run past them now, let's get our questions out there on the table.
Now, all of my questions were in regards to what we just spoke about.
Yep.
What about from like Museum Village Road? Visibility from there? Trying to think of the geography here of kind of where you get off of the Quickway, going down past the commuter lot. Is that visible from there? But I've driven past this, but always on 208. I didn't even think of that.
I'm sorry, what location was that?
I think it's Museum Village Road near the commuter parking lot. It would be behind the building.
As it crosses over 17.
You're directly west of the building, on the other side of the lake.
Oh, yeah, we did take some photos from that area and it is not visible from there.
I think that's on P3, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And I'm
Picture
sorry,
three
I
picture
didn't
3 and
include.
4 are from that general
Oh,
area.
okay, I'm sorry.
There.
Let me do this. I know I have a.
Yeah.
I have the other photos that I think I pulled up first, which would be these. And so you say P3?
Yeah, 3 and 4.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
Right
what
there.
I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so not visible. See, I didn't include it, but if you have other questions, we did, 13 different locations. And that's that I didn't include the ones where they weren't visible, but
Okay.
maybe that's helpful. This is from the intersection of Route, 208 and 17M. This is the park and ride lot. Lot B.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm just going to share my screen for a second. Oh, okay. Dave, can you allow me to share my screen?
Oh, yeah, I can. Sorry, I thought you already had that.
No, I did. The button was there, but
You're
it
good.
says post-disabled participant screen sharing.
You can share it.
Okay. Boom. So this is, a view of the Museum Village Road, looking south east along the Quickway here. And so your site would be way back here. So that's hard to see. If we turn the corner, went out here.
So just real quick, we didn't photograph it from that overpass just because it's not safe to obviously stop.
I
that
was actually
overpass
referring
and
to this
take a
road it's
picture
on
from there.
now. I mistakenly called this Museum Village Road. This is the road I was actually referring to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Orange and Rockland Road. Yeah, so we just went past the park and ride. Now we're down to O&R Lakes. That's the underpass under Route 6. So this site is even further down the road.
I think it's more towards the ski jump.
Yeah, and then what we're looking at from here, that's our next applicant,
Yeah,
the Adams property. So your building is on the other side of this tree line. Right, because you can't see Route 6, but it's behind this tree line, running up past here, and then the other site is back there. So I think it is going to be hard to see from Orange and Rockland Road.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, in regards to your earlier concern is that we're looking at all these photos in this street map. It's August of 2018, and the photos that we have in front of us, there's a considerable amount of foliage, obviously, on the trees, but it might be beneficial for us, the board members, to maybe take a ride by at this point in time. Here we are coming into early November, and see if there's a difference now with the reduction of foliage on the trees.
Yeah, I haven't had to rake the lawn yet, so I don't know how effective that's going to be. We're having quite the late fall.
well, after
Right.
today and yesterday, I'm sure there'll be a lot
Right.
less leaves. So there we are.
Right. So from 208, this is where we get the first sight of that building. And as you say, along the Quickway, there's a stand of trees that's still there. And here.
By the way, I can't help myself and I apologize, but look at all the utility lines that line the street.
Oh,
I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think it's just, that's my way of just perspective. I understand the ZBA and what you need to accomplish. I get it. But the reality is also, the streets are full of utility lines and transformers. And so.
yeah, so, from ground level here, it is hard to see anything up above that front parapet. I'm not looking to ask for, screening just for the fun of asking for additional things to be added to the site. I just want to be sure that we don't oversee that if it is necessary. So far, just by doing a, Google Maps street view, I don't see, anything else on top of that roof. I would still like to get out there and, walk that strip. Yeah. Like you say, when you get directly in front of the building, the main thing on the skyline is all the utility wires. All right, so that was my biggest question for tonight. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't have our report back from our telecommunications consultant. And without having that report in hand and having him present it to us, I don't know that we can close this public hearing tonight. So is there anything else you would like to present at this time?
I think I would just like to state that since the public hearing is open, can we, see if there's anyone in the public that actually wants to speak? I may be wrong. I'd be surprised if there's anybody here for this. But again, I could be wrong. And I guess if there's no one here for that, I would then request, could we possibly close the public hearing and you could review the report from Cityscape once it's available?
This is Dave McCartney. I think it's a great idea and I would wholly recommend that we see if there's anybody here from the public that wants to be heard on this. But without having heard from the, from the RF engineer and his review, we don't know if he's going to be requesting additional information. And if so, we'll get those requests to you and it'll have to be considered at the next meeting. So I think we, by necessity, have to keep the public hearing open tonight. So that's the way I see things, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think we're moving along as fast as we can with this application to accommodate the applicant's needs. We try to do that. But without having that full information on record, I would feel very awkward, closing the meeting. I just really wouldn't entertain that tonight. So if we keep the meeting open, we will follow up with Cityscape and remind them that they owe us a report. And, on that basis, we will carry this meeting over to the November meeting. And we'll make sure that a representative from Cityscape is there at that meeting to present his report and, ask you any questions. As soon as we receive their report, we'll certainly send it to you, Scott, so you can share it with your team.
Thank you. Will there still be public comment tonight, though, or at least a request to see if anybody is there to comment?
We just did that.
Yeah, I think we should do that. See if there's anybody here. We still have 28 people, including all the board members here at the meeting. So you want to open it up, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, if there's anybody from the public, same as we did before, if there's anybody from the public that would like to be heard on this, electronically raise your hand or turn on your video and physically raise your hand. Anybody?
Hey.
Oh, Joe
Dave,
McKay?
this is Joe McKay. How are you? I'm electronically raising my hand is a little too difficult. Couldn't figure out how to do that. I apologize. My client, Mike Adams, who's also on the agenda this evening, is a property owner whose property is within the mailing distance of this application. And we were going to make some comments tonight based upon the fact that the board and the chairman are requesting some additional information. We'll hold off until the rescheduled public hearing. But I just want to let you know that we are aware of the application and we probably will be submitting a comment on it.
On this application, on the Verizon application.
Yes, correct, Mr. Chairman.
Any thoughts you have at this time, or you're going to prepare your letter first and submit?
Well, since you're requesting additional information, I had intended to make a comment, but since you're going to be getting additional information from your experts, any comment I make I think would be a little premature.
Okay. But thank you for letting your intentions be known, and we know that there are comments coming in from the public on this.
Also, I see Mia Mahoney has her hand raised.
Yes, what were the date or dates of the pictures taken that were shown in the presentation?
I'm looking.
Yeah, same here.
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't see it right now. We can certainly provide that response.
That would be great, because as one gentleman mentioned, the foliage, and regarding like whether it's the fall and probably winter, you may or may not see that, and I know the power lines are there already, so we're adding more things to look at during the winter.
I don't have an exact date, but it was either late July or early August of this year.
Okay, Ms. Mahoney, is that all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh,
In relation to Mrs. Mahoney's comments, I mean, we saw from the Google Earth photographs that, all of the vegetation surrounding this property, the mature vegetation of the tree lines, are at the side property line adjacent to Route 6. that as you pass by the front of this building, it's essentially barren with maybe just a few shrubs at the front edge of the parking lot. But there's, no heavy vegetation in front of that building whatsoever.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, is there anybody else from the public that would like to be heard? If so, electronically raise your hand, wave your hand physically so we can see it. I don't see anybody at the moment. If there's anybody on the telephone that wants to be heard on this one, just unmute yourself and be heard. Okay, nobody, I don't see anybody or hear anybody. One question I have for Mr. Olson, shot clock wise, what date do you see the shot clock expiring? And it would appear that we're going to need at least one short extension, at least at the moment. What do you see as the date?
Very soon. I don't have the date in front of me, I'm sorry. But perhaps we can talk later this week, because I think I mentioned at the last meeting, because this is essentially an existing base station, there's an antenna up there right now. Under the Spectrum Act that was done in 2012, it says that these applications need to be approved in 60 days.
Does this, you're saying this qualifies as an eligible facilities request, or
I
not,
believe
or
it.
close
I
call,
believe it.
or what?
I believe it does. Yeah, unless there's something, other facts that I'm not aware of. Yeah. So, so what I'll do is I know I have that date somewhere, and I'll email it to you tomorrow.
So I don't know if it qualifies or not, but if it does qualify, that puts, I know you submitted in the first week or so of September.
Correct.
So if it does qualify, and I don't know if it does or not, I haven't looked at the issue specifically, but if it does, then it's a 60-day, and it's a shall approve and may not deny standard, right?
Right.
That means things expire the first week or second week of November, which is going to be before the November meeting. So I think, if it doesn't qualify, then it's a 90-day.
Correct.
So it would be, if the starting date is early September, that would put it to early December, but not knowing one way or the other. And I would typically lean on our, Cityscape to give us their view on, does it qualify or does it not? And then I would, address that with you directly one way or the other. But because, that hasn't been addressed, and because the date is otherwise first week of, arguably would be first week of November, I think we need at least an extension, but we don't even have a report yet, and we haven't even completed the public hearing yet. So I'd like to request an extension from you that takes into account that it may or may not qualify, and gives us the little bit of breathing room that we need to complete our review.
Yeah, no, I understand, and we can. We will have to determine whether or not it does fall under the Spectrum Act as an eligible facilities request, obviously. So I don't know how you want to handle it. If we want to say, yes, we can definitely extend this up and including and through the next ZBA meeting, assuming that it is a Spectrum Act eligible facilities request, that's fine. If it's not an eligible facilities request, it's a 90-day period, which would bring it into the first week of December or so.
Yeah, and then the only issue that I have then, even if it's just up through and including the next meeting, we've got to do a written a written resolution setting forth the reasons, substantial evidence in the record supporting whatever determination it is. And I won't even have had the benefit of seeing Cityscape's report on the substance of it. So I don't know that we're going to be, ready for a decision. In fact, I'm as certain as anything that will not be ready for a decision, passing of a written resolution, certainly in November. It's probably going to have to get to to December one way or the other. I'm you know, I don't see any way around that. You know, so I don't know, what, do you have a suggestion?
I always do. My only thought is, and again, it may be a little different than the ZBA, the policy. To get to your November meeting, you know, that's fine. We'll, if it's an eligible facilities request, we have to get to that meeting. I understand that. And I understand that you normally prepare a draft written decision to be voted upon. That doesn't have to actually happen under the law. You know, the ZBA can decide, make a decision, and then authorize its attorney, or, you know, David, to draft that decision. That's a perfectly legitimate, lawfully acceptable manner in which to proceed. I know it may not be the way you normally proceed, but that's just one alternative. And I understand, listen, it's the municipalities are dealing with these timeframes. You know, we're just the messenger, but I understand what you have to go through. So that's just one possible suggestion. Because at the same time, as much as we recognize what you're going through, we get it. We see it all the time. But at the same time, we have the federal law that says, hey, this is supposed to be done really, really quickly. And whether or not that's consistent with how municipalities in New York or across the country work, you know, we ultimately are pushed to push, to, you know, because it's an important, obviously, very important rule in our favor. So we try to be as reasonable as we can.
You know, that being said, though, also is that we don't usually have a telecommunications expert on the board. You know, so we did need time to, you know, engage one to help us review this application. You know, minus his report, we were able to get this meeting open to keep the ball rolling. You know, so we're doing everything we can on our end to make this happen expeditiously. You know, and just, you know, as points of reference, our November meeting is November 23rd, and then the December meeting is December 28th. So those are the next two dates of our meetings. You know, so I think worst case scenario is by the end of this year, this calendar year, we have a decision.
So I would then request that's true. You think about that time frame. We've got two meetings. I think it's would be totally reasonable for us to request you to extend us through, but unless something changes, not beyond December 28th, the date of that December meeting, certainly with the expectation that we'll get our report from our RF engineer between now and November. We talk about whatever further information you're going to present at November. We close the public hearing. You know, ideally, if all goes smoothly, you know, at the November meeting, and you know, who knows? Maybe it's eligible. Maybe it's available for a vote at November. I don't think so, but probably December 28th. You know, certainly I don't see it going beyond December 28th unless something unforeseeable, you know, or unforeseen right now arises. Or would you be agreeable to that?
I'll be agreeable. I have to talk to my client about it, because I think that it gets, the problem that we have also is that this 60-day or 90-day, whatever the period is, it applies not just to your board, it applies to the planning board, and it applies to the building permit. So every single possible permit that's required has to be issued in 90 days. And I know that's a tight time frame. I'm just saying what, you know, that's what the FCC has ruled.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good point.
So I think what we have to do is, I think, David, if it's okay with the Zoning Board of Appeals, you and I can talk. I might need to pull in Ashley from the attorney for the planning board, so that we all get on the same page and maybe have kind of a collective shot clock, so that, you know, and again, and Mr. Chairman, ZBA, I appreciate you getting us on this public hearing. I remember at the meeting last month, you know, that was a topic of discussion, and I appreciate you, you know, getting Cityscape hired based on my suggested approach. That's we appreciate that. But David, you hear what I'm saying?
I do. You know, I was neglecting any thought in my head that you were before the planning board. I was just thinking only about this board. So, All right, so why don't why don't you and I talk offline? We agree to agree on an extension. You
We do.
know, what it looks like, we'll figure out collectively.
Yeah, and we've always, listen, with the bar lane, we've been reasonable, you know, we extended it several times, I believe. That was possibly a little different, but let's talk, we'll work it out, you know, so that it's an acceptable approach to both parties.
Yeah. One of my concerns is not with this application in itself, but of all telecommunication applications. We only have, as you pointed out earlier, those 5 overlay zone areas that coincided with very large towers that existed at the time that overlay zone was drawn. So now every time we get even one of these micro towers coming along, you're here for variances, you or any other carrier. You know, I'd like to get the ZBA out of the business of having to review these cases and grant variances because, you know, ultimately it's a utility service that's needed. It's a variance that's, you know, in all likelihood going to be granted ultimately, but you know, it's the process that we have to go through that takes the time to get us there. I think we should, you know, talk to the town board about potentially updating that overlay zone and begin discussions with them of, you know, how to make that zone more inclusive of good sites that are, you know, would service the industry better and get the ZBA out of the equation.
I completely agree. And, you know, also one of the things that I learned recently is that Cityscape, among other things, does advise town and village boards in regard to creating new cell tower regulations that are consistent with federal telecommunications, and that might streamline this process, but also give the town the controls that it needs and that are appropriate here. So not a topic for this hearing, but if anybody's in contact with the town board, you know, I completely agree that that's something that the town board should be considering.
Yeah, because you know, this is only a hop, skip, and a jump from the previous application you were here for. This looks, you know, when I look at the coverage maps that you have, it looks like you're covering the quickway as best you can to keep that corridor, that roadway corridor covered. And, you know, I just don't know from a overall town perspective where the rest of the gaps are in the system and who might be coming to us with future applications for those spots that, you know, are ultimately going to be outside of those 5 circles that already exist.
No, it's a good point. That's your law is a little bit unique in that regard.
Okay.
All right. You know, if nobody else has any questions, and we've kind of gone through this fairly thoroughly for tonight, we heard from anybody in the public. If we'd just like to hold over this meeting till the next meeting, which is November 23rd. Everybody's in agreement with that. We don't need to make a resolution on it, but I think that's the direction we're headed here. With that, we would bid you a fond farewell for tonight, and we'll be in touch with you. And as I said, as soon as we receive Cityscape's review comments, we'll pass them along.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Hey, have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
You too.
Thank you. Brings us to 9 o'clock. Okay, that's Verizon. Okay, with that case being taken care of, the next item on the agenda is Maitzel at 474 Round Lake Park Road. That's a piece of property that's directly across from the Round Lake Park. And is the applicant here tonight?
That would be
ready
me.
a presentation?
I'm here.
Okay, so with that being done, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing for Matsil at 474 Round Lake Park Road.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Matzel,
Was that- Excuse me, Mike, was that Kevin that seconded that?
that was Stephen.
Stephen, thank you. It was hard for me to tell. Okay, we're good.
Okay, Mr. Maisel, do you have anything to present to the audience tonight? Please present your case, you know, by way of any plans that you have that you can present, description of the variances that you're requesting, a review of the current condition of the property, you know, explain your application if you would.
I'd like to put an addition on my home. I'd like to go out a few feet in the back for about 5 feet, not as far as the existing patio, so it doesn't, you know, change the setback towards the back of the property. And then I'd like to go up and add a floor to the above, a second floor. And then there is some decking that's on the front and on the side. Decking would be like just a deck that you could come out of the house in the front. And then you could come around to the side. And then some stairs that go up to the roof, and the roof is a flat roof. Jake, are you here? I expected my builder to be here.
It looks like he is here. It says Jake Zacco. That's him, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's unmuted.
He's messing around there. He's going from muted to unmuted. So it looks like he's trying to get on here.
Can you ask questions? I never did this before. I don't know exactly what you want to know. Seems to me like certainly the board seems to know everything. And I don't mean that in any kind of facetious way. You asked all the questions, you reviewed everything. Is there anyone in the public that wants to know anything?
Well, we're going to go through the questions by the planning board members first, or excuse me, the zoning board members, before we open it up to public questions. I mean, so far we have not shown any maps of the property or any plans. We were kind of hoping that the applicant would do that on their own behalf. So, Jake, do you have any maps that you can share with us? Can you, is Jake?
I've just made Jake a co-host. I've given him credentials to share a screen, but I don't hear him.
How about if I give him a phone call and see what's going on?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Can you hold, I suppose?
Sounded like he was trying to come through for a second there. I hear something in the background.
I'm here trying, he says.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, as
We'll give him a minute
of
to get
right
in.
now, for the last meeting, because all we have is a copy of the tax map and a survey with markings, existing drawing. I was under the impression we were going to see drawings with elevations or things of that nature at this time. Unless
I
I'm
agree.
missing.
No, I completely agree. We was looking for clarification as it relates to the deck type and the covered porch or decking. And we also was looking for details of the lot coverage, driveway, and walkway.
Hello?
And I can say, since the last meeting,
I heard Jake just now.
He's obviously
Jake.
connected. If you want to let him know to turn his video on, and he keeps muting and unmuting himself.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to talk.
Can
Can
barely
hear you.
hear you.
Don't touch anything. Then
We can
you
hear.
should have a video icon at the bottom also.
so my notes reflect that we were looking for, among other things, a proper bulk table showing, what variances were actually going to be required here, because, and there was a question of what the lot coverage was,
You
among other
sent those
things.
in.
Yeah, and those did, they did come in. And I don't have them to share my screen on it, but bottom line, so everyone's aware, is that it looks to me like there's several variances requested. There's lot area and lot width, which are existing conditions, I think, where lot area is 15,000 square feet. I'm sorry, required is 15,000, and it currently provides 9672. That's not changing by reason of this. Minimum lot width, it requires 85, existing is 75. That doesn't change as a result of this, but variances are required from each of those because of the expansion. Additionally, I think, if I'm looking at the bulk table right, we've got minimum side yard. Again, existing conditions, it looks like 15 feet required, 13 feet, 0.5 feet provided, and then total side yard 40 feet required, 27 feet provided. I don't think those are changing also as a result of the application. And then when we get to lot coverage, what the applicant documented was that the existing lot coverage is 25.7, but 25 is the max. And the proposal is now for 31.3. There are, and the applicant laid out in the amended application at the bottom how that was computed, what was added, I think, how we got to the 31.3.
Yes.
Is that all accurate as far as the applicant is concerned? And Jake
Yes.
Zacco? Oh, we lost Jake Zacco again. He was just here. I
Yes,
just
am I
saw
in?
him.
Yeah,
It's accurate.
I believe he's on the call, but he just sounds extremely low.
can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you and see you now.
Okay, so it sounds accurate what you said. That sounds like the information I submitted after the meeting. It was like the end of that week that we had the meeting, and I submitted that information. So the deck, the answer to the deck, it'll be a conventional, like, permeable deck. That's included on the bottom. I noted that in the it's broken down into the area of every item of on the property, the percentages on the amended application.
And because it's permeable, do I have it right that it does not count towards lot coverage? Is that?
Doesn't count towards this. It
No,
doesn't count towards the setbacks.
Dave, anything that's constructed counts as lot coverage.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was the side yard,
Side setback.
right?
Yeah, lawns, gardens and trees
Yes.
are not counted as lot coverage. Anything that's a patio, whether it be wooden deck or gravel driveway, all of that's counted as lot coverage.
Right, and so he's counted that, Mr. Zucco, you've counted that towards that computation, the 31.3?
Yes, that includes everything. That includes
Got it.
all those hard surfaces, yes.
Okay, so the addition just requires just those variances, it doesn't impact the side yards, right? Is that?
Not changing any of the current, no current setbacks are being encroached upon any further than they already are.
Yeah, but are there any, let me see what I have here. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen because I found the drawings here. Maybe we can talk from that.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so I have two sets of drawings here. One is the site plan that shows 3 parcels of land that surround this that are, I believe, all owned by Mr. Matzel. The lot that we're looking at, Matzel. So here we're zooming into the lot that we're looking at. Existing dwelling to be renovated, proposed balcony out front, proposed 5-foot extension on the backside. And then when we look at the architecturals, this gives you a 3D rendering of what's happening. Now, you know, what's shown here on this drawing doesn't really match what's on the site plan.
I would think it does.
How so?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, this is showing well, let's see if there's other drawings. This is just an aerial view of your property. Okay, maybe this is a good place to start.
That's the existing.
Yeah.
Right, but it's just an aerial map. It doesn't have any boundaries drawn on it. I mean, you can pretty much assume, you know, where the property lines are by the fences and such, but that's not a true survey map like the other we were just looking at. So my question is, this is the roof line of the existing house, and here's some little bump out in the back that begins. Now, under the architectural plans that you're submitting, right? Go down to the next drawing. There's a bunch of typical notes. All right, and then this is existing conditions, current building. Next plan. And this is your demolition plan, taking out some interior walls, taking out that back extension that we were looking at, which was the existing rooftop. And then here's the site plan that you're looking for. Now, this is the first floor view. So here, that small sunroom becomes a larger sunroom.
No, it's actually becoming smaller because the house is extending 5 feet back into that area that it's in. And the back of the sunroom will stay at the same location. So there's a 40-foot setback from the end of the sunroom to the back of the property line, which will stay. That'll stay. That's the 40 foot is what's in the bulk table as the requirement.
All right, so you're saying, looking at it from this wall, this heavy dark line is the existing building, and this is the existing sunroom. And what you're doing is bumping the existing building out 5 feet.
just rebuilding the sunroom in the exact same location that it's in. Because it's old, it's very small, it's a little 2x4 walls.
Okay. All right, so 40 foot is still to the back edge of your sunroom, which is to the back edge of this. All right, and that's not getting any wider. It's remaining that 20 feet length. Or is that not correct? No, that's 20 feet, more or less. Yeah, that's the same. So what's being bumped back is the back side of the house by 5 feet. And so that portion of the house is getting longer, but that's not the rear yard setback. So you're not changing the rear yard setback.
That's correct.
I have a question on why you're talking about that, because it seems like all their setbacks are remaining the same. But in that new sunroom is because right now you have an existing height of 15 feet, but you have a proposed height of 18.5 feet. So where is that 3.5 foot difference going to be constructed?
Well, the roof, that's going up a second story, because right now we have a roof, a gable roof on the house. So with that gable roof removed, we'll add a second story with a flat roof. So it's only
Covering the whole building?
Yes, yeah. So the second floor is the same size as the footprint of the house.
I don't think you see the house in this picture.
House.
All right, so that's the existing house, a single story house with a garage, a shallow pitched roof. All right, and this is it. You can see the driveway and then the little stub parking space over on the side. Then on this side, it's all open. There's no deck out here. This is where you're adding a deck. That would be on the second story.
And in
Yes.
front of the house.
Again,
And in front of the house as well.
that's correct.
Yeah.
So you're adding a second story, so your measurement of what's existing now, 15 feet, is at that peak of the shallow roof. And the second story is just going to be another 3.5 feet higher at that point. Is that what I'm to understand?
Yes, and then there's a flat roof on that second story. The new house will not have a pitched roof. It's going to have a
Right.
flat roof that's going to act as a deck.
That height complies. The max is 35.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so that's what it looks like upstairs. And you have a railing all around it. So the downstairs footprint of the building remains the same along the front and the side edges. It's just that we add this deck to the second story that sticks out into your side yard further.
Correct.
And while that new deck does not count as side yard setback because it has no roof over it. I mean, we've run into this plenty of times on other properties where you measure the setback distances to the roofed portion of the building. An open deck on the second story does not exist as a roofed portion of a building. It does, however, take up additional lot coverage.
And that was taken into account when we calculated the lot coverage.
Now, can you show us your lot coverage calculations? I can't seem to find them.
And that also is why we wanted a clarification on the decking type, because in the beginning, I think they were calling it a carport, where it might have went into the setback then.
Right, because if you put some kind of a use like that under it and it's an impervious deck, well, it's acting as a roof now over the carport, over the car.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, but it's not
There's a large tree in front of it that's gonna stay there. It's a really nice, healthy tree. So that's blocking the front of that.
It is directly blocking it, and it is a nice healthy tree.
Thank you.
And how many feet?
It's just the decking, so it's not impervious. Is that the word?
No, it's lot coverage. Anything built is lot
No,
coverage.
I know it's lot
whether it be a
coverage, but it's
gravel
not.
driveway, a
I know it's
patio.
lot coverage, but it's not.
It doesn't do the
It
side
leaks
setback.
water. It'll leak water.
Yeah,
It's just a deck.
that's fine, but that doesn't change the definition of lot coverage.
I know
So that
that.
adds to your
That's
lot
right.
coverage, and that's why I was asking Jake if he could, show us his lot coverage calculations.
I can
Jake,
pull
do
it
you
up.
have that?
Yeah, it was submitted in the, I think, David, you were reading it before? I can pull it up.
I don't have it scanned, but I can tell you what he has at the bottom here. It says, can you hear me? Yeah. It has the house at 1,703 square feet. It's got the driveway at 637 square feet. He's got the deck, 354 square feet. And he's got this shed, existing shed at 45 square feet.
Down in the percentages based on the size of the
Yeah,
lot.
and in a percentage,
The front walkway, wasn't the front walkway supposed to be calculated into that?
Yeah. Anything that, like I said, anything that represents a built environment is counted into the lot coverage. That's why I was asking to see it. I don't know, let me see if I'm sure Noreen mailed it to me.
Can you advise us also what type of ground surface will be underneath that decking area?
Whatever's there, we weren't gonna change it.
Well, there's a lawn there.
Right, that's correct.
Because the lawn's gonna die and you end up with an erodible surface.
There's a lawn there.
Yeah.
And what is
But
the plan for the
it
ground
won't exist
surface?
after you put a roof over it.
Right, so what is the, my question is, what is the plan for the ground surface underneath that decking area?
Would stay a lawn. It has the an oil tank under the ground and pipes that come up.
Okay, Noreen, did you send us Jake's revised application? At Zaco Modern Homes?
Yeah, I think we got it on, where's the date? October 18th.
Okay.
Sorry, I knocked myself out of the meeting there for a minute. I did send it. I was trying to get back in my email to send it to you again.
Okay, no, I just found it. I just found it.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
That's how I got knocked out of the meeting.
I tried to fit everything onto this page. Not this one, the one that doesn't, oh yeah, that has a lot on it, but the other one has the breakdown, the front page.
Jacob, you need to speak up or turn the volume up on your computer.
All right, anyway, this was the updated one. This was the bulk table updated. Minimum lot width. That's an existing condition not to change. Minimum lot area. That's an existing non-conforming figure that's not changing. Minimum front yard 40. Required 45 existing, no change. Minimum side yard 15, existing is 13.5. Proposed is 13.5, no change. Total is 40 feet, existing is 40. Proposed is 40, so again, existing conditions not changing. Minimum rear yard is 40 feet. Remaining 40 feet, existing 40 feet, no change. Maximum lot coverage is 25. What exists is 25.7. What you're asking for is 31.3. So that's another, that item changes. The building height changes by 3.5 feet higher, but it's still well under 35 feet. It's going from 1 story to 2 story, which is still beneath 2.5 stories, so it remains compliant. The only item on here that is non-compliant is the maximum lot coverage. We're jumping from 25% up to 31%. Now, this is where I was looking for. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sorry, I included a lot of information there. And I can add that there is an existing path in the front of the house. On the drawings, it shows a path, but that's not the plan. It's to keep the existing path, and that path is underneath the deck that goes in front of the house. So that wouldn't change that lot coverage because the deck is over that existing path, if that makes sense. That's why that's not included.
Which existing path? Let me.
You can't really see it, but on the existing house, right in the front of the house, there's a path that goes to the driveway.
Oh,
Like,
okay. So
you're
you're
really
saying
adjacent to the house,
Sorry?
like directly in front of the house, like under the
Directly
soffits.
from the front door, it goes to the driveway. And you can't, that's right under the proposed balcony. So that's not included in our calculation because it's directly underneath that for the lot coverage.
But you have a proposed balcony over it now, is what you're saying. You're
Exactly.
putting,
So that's, yeah, that the proposed balcony is part of that deck percentage that I had for lot coverage.
okay.
So that percentage of lot coverage for that proposed, it's the deck that I didn't say balcony. I just called it all a deck. And then underneath that is the existing path. In the drawings, it's just like a generic path that goes out straight, but that won't be there. It's not practical.
Right, and looking at the proposed deck on the sideline here, this site plan just shows it going kind of halfway across the side of the building. But from what I recall, in your architectural drawings, it goes all the way back.
We can pull that up if you want to look. I did for percentage, I did the measurements like off of the drawing. So its actual size, if that's not 100% accurate on that drawing, It's the percentage is 100% accurate as done on the calculation.
Yeah, so the way,
That's the first-
oh,
that's the
okay.
first story. That's the first story, sorry. You want to go
That's
to
the-
the next page. You have to go to the next page to see the deck.
Oh, so the deck does not go all the way to the back of the house.
Right, right.
So that little
That's just the
square is
stair.
still left open. Your stairway goes up and connects across at the roof line.
Yeah.
So that becomes part of the calculation of covered area. All right, it's going to be a little bit. So I guess where we're going with this is, and I don't want to occupy this full meeting. I do want to hear from the board members and anybody in the public, but generally we look to minimize the extent of a variance that needs to be granted. And, in that these are self-created hardships. What I'm a little stuck on is the need to expand the impervious cover on this site. That's, that really is the main issue that this board is looking at, based on what's been submitted. You're in compliance with some of the bulk requirements and most of the area and setback requirements that you're not in compliance with. You are not changing them, not making them any worse, with the exception of lot coverage. Lot coverage is getting slightly worse.
And in the lot coverage, I haven't heard it specifically mentioned, that 5-foot bump out at the rear of the house. That's included on the lot coverage, correct?
Yes, yes, of course.
We're looking at this.
Would it be helpful for me to note that the reason that I want that decking on the side is because the decking in the front is only a few feet. And it's really kind of just a walkway to get to the decking on the side, so I could have like a deck.
Right. I mean, that's a desire. You would like to have all these extra things on your property. And I recognize that if, you narrow this down to bring it below the, so that there's zero net change in the already overly built lot coverage, you end up having to give something up to get there.
Is the new roof is going to be acting as a deck also?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not going to be the type of deck that's like with a hard surface. It's just kind of like a durable
Rubber roof.
That if one, it's not going to be as durable as a deck where if you walk on it too much, it's not really good for it.
But it's going to be like a Duradeck, the vinyl membrane type decking,
Like a torch down.
Yeah.
like a Deck Tech or those brands type of thing.
I'm not sure the brand, but it's like a kind of a budget type one. That's the whole roof. The whole thing was to help save some money also. So there's a few.
So if it's not going to be a usable deck, why do you necessarily need the stairs going up there?
It will be used as a deck, but not as much as the other deck because it's not going to have actual decking on it. So
No, but it will have that membrane, whatever it's Deck Tech or Duratech or whatever the brand is. Those are still decking materials that also act as waterproofing as a roofing surface. It's still a deck.
Yeah. So you can walk on it, put chairs up there.
chairs, I don't think, I'm not sure. I wouldn't advise, I'm not ready to have it ready for chairs. Like I was told that unless we put decking, like if a lady has high heels, it'll put holes in it, like the stuff that we're planning on using.
Yeah, so that's, here, if you look at it, you've got a railing all around the perimeter of it. So it looks like, and you've got a stairway leading right up to it, and it looks to be an inviting deck surface to be utilized with the rest of the house.
And it's labeled as deck on your plans.
Yes, yes.
We're working on the materials that would use. So happens that I have family in the business, and there's state-of-the-art new materials that can be used. And my nephew made some suggestions on a way to put like 3 layers on there, with the top layer being something that would be durable enough to walk on, sort of like torch down.
Yep,
And
they
then,
do. They use
right.
the heat. They use the heat welding on it. They're all.
But then a layer, and then a layer on top of that.
Right.
So that being said, it would be more of a.
Mix sand in it.
So that being said, then it would be more of a regular use deck. Is that correct?
It would be available to be used.
Mm-hmm.
In that rendering, you also see that front walkway going out. You're saying that's not going to be there, so you didn't calculate that into your lot coverage?
Correct. Yeah, correct. It doesn't even go anywhere. There's an existing path that goes right to the driveway. And there was no to walk out into the yard.
That existing path is like up against the windows in the middle of the house.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of stuck on the deck roof. I'm very familiar with the membranes and the heat weldings, and there's a whole spec on how those are installed. They, for lack of better terms, we can go round and round. It's still a deck.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not denying that. It says it on the plans. It's a roof deck. Yeah.
What is the dimension of the proposed new side deck, the part of it that actually extends from the side of the house towards that property line?
Down.
Here's a second. Yeah.
10, 8.5.
What is it you say? I'm sorry. Oh, 10 foot.
10, 8.5, it says.
And then what's the distance front to back?
It
doesn't really give one. It looks like it's 8 foot and 10, probably on the order of 18 feet.
Broken down into 3, sections.
So I guess what's the total square footage of that side, the part of the deck that's in the side yard? What's the total square footage of that's counting towards your lot coverage, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I combined it with the front in that percentage there.
No, I know you did. I know you did that, but I'm just asking, are you able to just compute out the part that part?
I could.
While it's obvious, you
could easily, Jake, you could easily subtract the deck in the front from the total decking to get what's left on the side. Because the front is straightforward, width times length.
Yeah, so it's about 18. It's roughly 18 by 10, 8. I could do that.
I guess the point is that the deck in the front of the house is fairly narrow. It's 5 feet wide. So it's not wide enough to use, with an outdoor table and chairs around it. So that's probably your intention of using this side deck over here. for something like that. I mean, you can put chairs out there, but not more than one against the wall or against the fence in order to be able to walk past there. On the side here, you would have, being 11 feet wide and roughly 18 feet long, you would have area to put a dining table or something of that nature, lounge chairs that would be accessible from that second floor space. And what I'm looking at is, what can we do to reduce this down, if at all, to, not be in this predicament with the lot coverage? What can be subtracted out of the plan to make that happen? And we don't have to, resolve that this very minute, but that's the question I put forward.
Well, we'd like to come to some kind of resolution tonight, so we can hopefully go forward with if if it's suitable.
Well, okay. Do any of the other board members have any questions? And here again, the only portion of this variance table that has changed is, going up from 25% lot coverage under existing up to 31% lot coverage. Where the requirement is 25, or, the limitation is 25, so.
And that has changed from the original where the existing, and his original submittal, the existing was 31% and the proposed was 34%.
Sorry, that was
Right,
actually, that was rounded. That was just rounded. I just thought I'd be a little more precise.
Yeah, well, it's important to get those areas correct, because especially when, that seems to be the only portion of this application that's really increasing the degree of nonconformity of the lot.
I was actually, like I mentioned before, I was going with the building inspector's percentage, and then I did my own percentage, and it came out to this 0.3 instead of 31. So I talked to him and he said he rounded it to that. So that I thought I would just give an exact percentage and add that 0.3 just to be, so we can be very clear. I didn't want to leave it.
And you also confirmed the existing percent coverage.
Yeah, we spoke about this too. Yes.
All right. Any other board members have any questions, comments?
No.
Okay. If no other comments from the board, I would open up comments to the public.
Mike, you want to take your screen share down, and then it'll help you see the people and see if anybody's looking to be heard. Okay, same as before. Anybody here, if you want to be heard on this, electronically raise your hand or put your video on and physically raise your hand. Anybody? I'm scanning for hand raises. I don't see any hand raises on the screen. I don't see anybody.
I don't know how to raise my hand on here, but if I could speak, I'm a nearby neighbor.
Okay, who are you? Are you the one that says Michael? Your name is?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, if you could give us your full name and address so that the secretary has it for the record.
Yep, it's Kelly and Mark Travora. We're at 8 Tefanic Avenue in Monroe.
Can you spell the last name, please?
TREV as in Victor, ORAH.
And the address again, I'm sorry.
8 Tefanic Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm here with my husband. We're very close by all the properties here. Our main concern is the rooftop, since it would, obviously be building up on his property. It would be pretty much like he's looking directly into our property. And we, just put up a fence to improve our property and improve our privacy. And, that's concerning. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the layout, but if you came by, it's probably easier to see how the land slopes and where it would, how it would be laid out. It would be it's pretty much like as if, that roof would be almost like as if he's directly, just visually, just in our yard.
Yeah, I had been out to the site to take a look at this property and get a feel for it, because, being next to the lake, I'm sure everybody's view shed of the lake is important to them, individually. So, I was out there, I was looking around, I was paying close attention to, the topography. It seems to run uphill, fairly steadily as you get further from the lake. So, from my perspective, and that was just kind of a walk through the neighborhood. It seemed like the homes that were uphill of this parcel might be looking out over the top of this building. Remember, because it's going from having a roof peak of 15 feet high to a flat roof of 18 feet high. So it's really only coming up 3 feet, all of which is within the the allowance of the code. So I was only looking at it from that perspective, from existing dwellings looking out to the lake. Would this create any blockage of their view shed? I never thought about looking at it from the other way if somebody's standing on the roof looking at their neighbors. So I had not considered that. I don't know that there's a place in the code here where I can consider that. But I hear your concern, and I just not sure that there's going to be. Let's look at it. If there's going to be that much. Because here's, you can see going up Round Lake Park Road, it's a pretty steep grade. The property next door to Mr. Matzel's, it appears to be the remains of a burned down home. There's just a foundation out there. So that's something that I imagine would be redeveloped in some near time in the future.
I'm not sure if you're able to see our property on the map that you have there. In fact, right now I don't even see your maps. But there's a property.
Oh, am I not sharing my screen?
You are not.
No.
Oh my goodness, I'm talking to myself here. Okay. So just, starting back down here. There's the entrance to Round Lake Park. And you can see there's Round Lake right there, fairly visible. All the neighborhood park that's been out there since this area of town was constructed. There's Mr. Matzel's house. This is a good side view. You can see that 15-foot high roof peak. And as I was explaining earlier, that's going to pop up about 3 feet, and it's going to be a flat roof.
Right.
Right. So turn
If
and
you-
go around the corner here.
Yeah,
We're
we're not on
going-
that side.
We're the other way.
We're not on that side, yeah. So if you go straight a little further, there's a house to his
You
right,
gotta U-turn it.
and then you have to go up to Fanick. We're right there. I'm not sure if you want to try to
Go
try to
up
get
and
there
around.
first.
Yeah, because I had walked past this and I said, well, here's the next existing house uphill. And besides having a tree line to separate them, it's also very high up on the hill. So you're saying go up one more.
No, we're like.
No, actually,
behind him. Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry.
behind him to the right. I'm trying to see.
You gotta go back down towards the lake.
Yeah, and it's a brown
Uh-oh.
house.
Yeah, I saw that house. It's right about where your marker is.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit more.
We're in the tree line there, but it's really much more clear than that now. But again,
Put a man on the street, right?
it's much easier if you came.
Fortunately, that
through
street
to
is not
see it.
photographed.
It's hard. Yeah. Where, I wish I could kind of point things out myself, but
My road's not photographed.
no, it is, but it's not showing up here. We are though, if you came by the neighborhood again in person, we have a fence now surrounding our property and his yard, in fact, all of the surrounding neighbors, our yards are, we're pretty close.
You gotta make it right there.
If you make a
Right.
right.
You're saying go up this road over here, and that's the one
That's
road
not
that.
it. That's
um,
Island View.
That's Island View. That's the next street over.
It's kind of like a fork.
See that road right there? Where that
There you
road right
go.
there?
Well, we're on Island, he's on Island View now.
Yeah, we're not on.
I'm
that
on
road.
Island View over here.
Mhm.
This is Tefonic over here.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're at the Vanek.
Mhm.
Tefonic.
I don't know, like, well,
Our-
they're so
our-
tough.
Properties butt up against each other.
Yeah, and if. like I
Is
said,
that your
it's-
house
it's
there?
gonna be really hard for you to see it.
Right up in the corner, the brown
No.
house.
It's there in the corner, yes, that brown house in the
Yeah.
right, top right. Okay, this is actually not a terrible viewpoint. If you look at the brown, yep.
There it is.
And if you went downhill a little bit, now that's an old picture because now we have a fully fenced in yard, which goes almost to that. It's really hard to tell from this picture, but that's not his house right there. That is behind Matt Stoll's house, the one you're pointing to, that little gray area. He's further down to the right down, but we have all of that property and we now have a pool and we now have a fenced in yard. So basically, and this is kind of out of view now, it's a different house. If this rooftop goes
Yeah, I
up
think
as
it
high
looked
as
cool.
that, like it is, which is any higher than his roof right now, he would be able to see directly in our yard because our land slopes downward. And he's at the bottom of the hill and we are slightly, uphill. Yeah.
Right, so this is his house here. It's hidden by the tree lines, but you can see the old foundation. And here's his driveway that we were looking at earlier.
Yep. And we
You're saying
are,
this is your house up here, number 8, Tefanic.
that's
Yeah.
right.
And your property line is roughly right through here?
Yes, roughly, yes. Yep.
And up there.
And again, because of the slope, his rooftop, and he's building up, he would be able to see directly in because we're uphill and he's downhill. And we're just trying to we're all good neighbors here. We're just trying to see the big picture. We have teenagers, we have little ones. We put a fence up, we put the pool in, but we also wanted to, increase our privacy for our own personal reasons, so that's the main concern with our family. I mean, I know there's other neighbors here that have their concerns too. I know you mentioned, blocking views of the lake. I know that's a concern of a lot of the neighbors. This particular, I don't think would do that, but although I don't really know for a fact, right? Because he's also building out towards the right and we do have a nice view of the lake in a small little section of yard that's there now, but it sounds like that will also be encroached upon. So those are our concerns, and I appreciate you listening. I'm not sure where we stand on this. If we have, other than to speak on that, that would be, it's just appreciative just to hear our viewpoints on it. But we would really, be mainly concerned with that fact.
Okay. Well, thank you for pointing that out to us. And if you have nothing further, is there anybody else online that would like to ask some questions about the Matzell application?
John McGinnis has his hand up.
Hello, my name is David Carreras. Can you hear me?
Yes, David. Can you give us your name and address?
Sure. David Carreras, Carreras, and I'm at 458 Round Lake Park Road.
Okay, so right here.
Correct. Before I get started with my comments, I had sent a comment over because due to the short notification of the certified letter arriving late last week, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to attend. And, with technology the way it is, sometimes not so reliable, wasn't sure if the Zoom meeting was going to be applicable to my comments. So I did send comments over, and I got a response from Noreen McSweeney.
Yes, Noreen is the ZBA secretary.
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm that all members did receive a copy, as she stated you guys would.
Yes, well, I did.
You're in possession of those comments?
I'd have to go back. I don't have a name matched to all. We get a lot of emails.
No, I appreciate,
read them
Kevin,
all.
you confirming it. Chairman Murphy, can you confirm that you received those comments from me?
I probably did. I received, I'm looking at my email now, Allison Drive.
It's a moot point at this moment because I was able to jump on and attend. So thankfully, I'm able to hear and speak on my own behalf. But
Okay.
this was my concern, was that had I not been able to attend, would my comments be read? So, Kevin, thank you for confirming that you did recognize that. As my neighbor, the Trevoras pointed out, the flat roof is my biggest concern. The letter that was sent to us was really a generic letter over the 4 variances that were listed. It didn't really give us any detail on the plans. Harley reached out to me personally and said the roof was going up just a couple feet. He mentioned that a flat roof. Any flat roof with rails around it, with a view, a beautiful vista right across from the lake, we can all identify would be used as a habitable, outdoor entertainment space. From the height vantage that I have, my view of the lake would be replaced by a view of Harley's deck. And that's a concern to me. What I did propose in my letter is the ability to get a professional evaluation from a real estate agent of what this change to my natural surroundings and settings would have to my own property value. A lot of that stuff is really aesthetics, and it's not something to get in an appraisal. So getting a professional opinion is really important to me. And the short notice didn't really allow me to kind of start that process, but I would be really ask the board to allow that time for that to happen. So myself and maybe my neighbors could really reassess how this impact would happen. The tree lines, as you can see, the trees are going to cover a lot of this space for a good portion of the year. my house is really appealing when that foliage drops. And then I get a full, beautiful view of the lake. And that view would change dramatically if this particular project goes through. It would be altered. And that's just the facts. So I appreciate the time to allow me to make my comments. And I believe some other neighbors may have sent some letters. So if those could be noted prior to closing public comment, I think that would really help them. I know this was an unfortunate event with the election being held tonight, and what pushed us to a virtual meeting. So I appreciate you guys recognizing those written comments as they may have occurred. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Noreen, on the matter of the this application and the emails we received on public comment, do you have a listing of which ones those are, to see if we can just open them and go through them at the moment?
No, I didn't make a list. I just, as they came in, I forwarded them onto the board.
Yeah.
I didn't make a list of who was for which project, because there were a couple for each project that we have out there. I will try to get into my email right now.
Yeah, but yeah, please check if you could.
That's how I got locked out before, so hold on.
Okay, yeah, so I just found David's email.
I think the other, I forgot their names. The other neighbor that was speaking, I think they sent an email as well.
So my email did, sorry to interrupt, my email did contain a photo attachment that's taken from my current deck looking down the hill towards Harley's. And I think it gives a good idea of when this project goes through, when that foliage is gone, all I'll see in place of that lake is that roof line.
Okay, I see that's the red circled area that you have here. So this is your deck. I can see out in the background, the reflection off of Round Lake. Okay, so yes, we did hear your comments. We were able to look at the photograph you sent us, and I thank you very much, David, for responding to this application and making your voice heard. Are there any other notable, okay, here's another one. What's this? Boop, boop, boop. George Tanner. Okay. George Tanner, to the members of the planning board, I'm assuming he's thinking zoning board. And the subject line is 4 variances at 474 Round Lake Park Road. I would like to speak out against the variances at the above listed property. There has only been 6 days of time notification for the hearing. For the proper time to evaluate the requests cannot be given to this project. Questions for me include the following: long-term effects on the change in variances on the neighborhood. We currently have a nice, quiet neighborhood, and I would like to maintain that characteristic. I also have concerns about the effects of the variance changes on my property value. If you have any further questions, I can be reached at the above email address. Thank you, George Tanner. All right, so Mr. Tanner's concerns are similar. He's worried about. Mr. Tanner, are you here?
Yes, I am here attending the meeting.
Okay.
I have to say Dave Carreras and Mark's wife, I forget her name off the top of my head, have covered everything pretty well. The same concerns I have. I'm concerned about the aesthetics of the neighborhood and a house, you know, and we have views as well from our backyard and from our third floor of the lake that we'd then be looking down on Hartley's deck.
Okay, and that is, you know, one of the criteria that we have to go through, you know, in judging the validity of the request for the variances are changes to the character of the neighborhood. So that will be certainly, you know, listed in our balance sheet as we go through and evaluate the request for this variance.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There was also an email from the Barones that I saw, October 25. 457 Round Lake Park Road. Are the Barones here on the call to speak, or? Did you all see that one? Did everybody receive that one? If not, I can read it. I have it up on my screen. I can read it.
Okay, if you go over that one.
All right, I'll do that quickly. This is from the Barones. This email is in response to the above referenced zoning variance notice recently received. First, a Philadelphia lawyer could not decipher the applicant's intentions after reading it. Secondly, a Zoom meeting on such short notice to implement variances that may have a long-term detrimental effect on property values and aesthetics of this long-standing, well-established neighborhood seems inadequate and insufficient. Considering variances in Monroe's well-thought-out zoning laws deserves careful consideration and sufficient due process. Further, the applicant owns 2 adjacent lots in addition to the above referenced property. Is it the intent of the applicant to request variances in these properties as well? Planning and zoning laws are in place partly to preserve the character of any given community. Therefore, without a better understanding of the applicant's intent with regard to this request, as well as plans regarding the adjacent property, must recommend that the request for variances be denied or at minimum be postponed. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, we seem to be getting a lot of the same comments on the timing of the notice of public hearing versus the public hearing date and residents' ability to review the case before they get to this meeting with all their thoughts worked out, or any you know, research that they want to do. Noreen, can you go over the schedule, the you know, that we have to hold in order to advertise things before a public meeting?
Yes, so a public hearing, the applicant, before I do that, I just sent another comment from
Moya Louise?
yeah, that came in after 7 o'clock, so I didn't see that till just now, so I just forwarded that. So the applicant gets a list of 300 feet from his property. I get it from the assessor's office. I get it to the applicant. They have to have it postmarked 10 days before the public hearing. So for this project, the public hearing is on the 26th. They had to have it in the mail no later than Saturday, the 16th. The post office, these are all going out, return registered receipt. The post office then makes their first attempt to the residents, and if nobody is there, they're required, from what I understand, I've never delivered one of these pieces of mail, they're required to leave a notice in the person's mailbox, on their front door or whatever, if they're not home, that there's a certified return receipt letter at the post office. Then it's up to the resident to go to the post office and pick it up, or see if his mailman will re-deliver that piece of mail. I did my own mailing for one of the public hearings of tonight, and everything that I mailed went out on the 15th, and I got 90% of my mailings back by Thursday of last week because everything was delivered Monday, Tuesday, the latest. So that should have been when you had gotten them, which would have given you, I know it's for you, you feel it's a short notice, it's a week's notice. It goes in the newspaper a week prior to the meeting. So it was actually in the newspaper last Tuesday as well. It's published on the town website. And those are the 3 locations that the projects are published with. But the applicant has 10 days before the meeting by law to mail his letters. He's not required to mail them earlier. Sometimes they do if they get their public hearing notices earlier from me, but no later than 10 days before. And I have proof of mailings. These were all done before by the 16th.
Okay. Thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome.
So, yes, I mean, as a local resident, that does seem like a very short timeline, but that is what the code requires. You know, and I'm a local resident here in the town of Monroe, and I don't even scan the town websites or the local papers for notices of public hearings. So it is easy to miss that if you're not, you know, interested. But so that's the reason for the direct mailing to neighbors within close proximity to the project. So they're given that special attention to let it be known. Oftentimes one neighbor will find out and they'll start talking to other neighbors. And, you know, before you know it, if there is a concern, we'll end up with, you know, a dozen or more local residences at these meetings. So the other email I have here is actually from Molly Walsh-Strone. And wasn't she the woman who spoke earlier tonight?
No.
No? Okay.
There was also one I sent from J Barr, was the return address on him.
That's the one I just read.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then a George Tanner.
George Tanner we went over, and
Okay.
this is the last one then, Molly Walsh Store.
Right.
I am the owner of a property at 474 Round Lake Park Road in Monroe. My property, a neighbor of the property. So my property is at 452 Round Lake Park Road, Monroe, New York. There has been extremely short notice of this request for planning board variances for the property at 474 Round Lake Park Road. I received the notice on the 21st of October for a hearing that is on the 6th. So that's consistent with what Noreen just explained. You basically end up with that letter a week in advance. I'm unable to attend the Zoom meeting because of illness. The building that is there is 1,020 square feet, occupying a fraction of the 2,418 square feet, which would be 25% of the total buildable area of the lot. Okay, so they're doing an analysis, their own analysis here of lot coverage, which is inaccurate because everything counts into lot coverage, not just the footprint of the house. As per the notice, a request to increase the allowable building area to 31% would permit a building which is approximately 3,000 square feet, literally 3 times the size of the existing building on the lot that's already 35% smaller than the square footage necessary for a single family house per the building planning requirements. The short notice and lack of illustration of the proposed variances that are requested brings me to the opinion that these requested variants require more time and further explanation before they should be considered. So this particular person did their own analysis of lot area coverage, and I think they don't quite understand the calculation. They didn't include the you know, the driveways and patios and you know, deck coverage as part of their calculation to get to 31%. They assumed it's just the building is growing from 1,000 square feet to 3,000 square feet. So as they say, literally 3 times the size. That is not the case. The building is increasing in small areas in footprint. And really, most of that increase in building area is that side deck that's being put up on the right-hand side of the building. So another town resident that seems to be upset with the the short amount of notice that really is given on these projects. And we'll take that under advisement because we have heard that comment a lot, but it takes changing the town code to change that timeline for public notifications. Okay, and I think that covers all of the emails we received, Dave, unless you had one other?
I didn't see any others. I do see
Okay.
there's somebody here with his hand up, John McGinnis, that if John McGinnis, if you're still here and want to be heard. John McGinnis?
Sorry, that was David Curtis. I can't put my hand down, so I apologize for that.
Oh, that's
Oh,
okay. It's down now. Okay. I don't see anybody else. There's a call-in user too. Obviously, you can't raise your hand if you want to be heard on this. Go ahead. On the phone? No, okay.
Okay, so that covers the full range here. We heard the presentation of the case by the applicant. We went through the ZBA members' comments and questions, and we heard from members of the public, both in written format and personally. And I thank everybody in the public for coming here and participating in this public hearing. That's the purpose of holding this, is so that you can get your voice heard, and the board can consider your commentary in ultimately deciding to either grant or not grant these variances. Is there anything else from the board members?
yeah, I have a question. There were a lot of people concerned about the roof.
Yes.
Neighbors. Is that even part of the variance? No, am I correct?
No, the roof height isn't part of the variance. I think it's a different use than people are used to seeing. You go all around town, there's very few flat roofs. So rather than seeing a shingled roof on top of a house, they're going to be looking at a flat deck surface. And, it's going to be a usable deck surface. So, to what extent is it used? And some of the commentary was not so much that it's going to block their view, but now people are going to be looking back up at them. And also, once the leaves come out of the trees and they can get their view of the lake, they're no longer looking at a shingled roof. They're now looking at somebody's top deck.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, right? So there's 4 variances. 3 of them are for existing conditions that are necessary only because there's an expansion. That's the side yards, the single side yard, the total side yard, and the and the lot width and the lot area, I believe. And but the one that is directly related to the increase is the lot coverage.
Yeah.
So there's no variance sought for the height at all. They comply with the height, and there's no non-compliance with the code by virtue of having a rooftop deck. But the expansion of the structure going back 5 feet, making the building larger, which will ultimately accommodate that size of a rooftop deck, is indirectly, it's indirectly related. But even if you know, if he wasn't proposing any exterior renovations or expansions, no, even that's true, because he'd be putting on a second story that's an expansion, so it would require, you know, some of the other the lot width and lot area, but it wouldn't change the lot coverage. But he'd still be permitted to have the rooftop deck in that regard. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, that was exactly, yes.
So if you look at your options right now are, you know, the applicant's made his case. The applicant, the public has been heard. You've asked your questions. The applicant has stated that they're looking for a resolution of the matter tonight. You know, it doesn't mean you have to resolve it if you're concerned. I mean, you know, the five factors. The five factors is it gonna, are the variance, is the grant of the variance going to have a detrimental impact on the community? Is it going to change the character of the community? Are there feasible alternatives to achieve the benefits sought? You know, is it substantial? Is there any detriment to the environment? And is it self-created? You know, and you're duty bound to grant the minimum variance permitted to achieve the benefits sought. So, you know, if you want to engage in a dialogue with the applicant about whether some of the, you know, some of it can be, as you alluded to earlier, whether any of the variances can be decreased. Obviously, none of the, you know, the existing side yards and lot width and lot area, none of that can be decreased. But the only thing is if, you know, if you wanted to engage the applicant on the question that Chairman Murphy asked before in regard to, or I think it was Chairman Murphy, in regard to, is there any, you know, any way to eliminate any or reduce any of the, yeah, I think you had what can be subtracted to reduce the lot coverage is what I had written down. That's something you could engage the applicant on. Ultimately, you may then be ready to close the public hearing, vote yay or nay after considering the five factors. Those are all things that are on the table. You could close the public hearing and, you know, decide in 62 days. You keep the public hearing open if you want to hear more information, if you want to see new plans from the applicant or something. Those are all things that you could do right now, all rational.
Yeah. So, you know, one of the topics that got the most traction here tonight was the rooftop. You know, and although they are removing the peaked roof from the house and putting a second story up there, they end up with a total building height of 18 feet rather than 15 feet. So that, yes, it's slightly higher and it's not your conventional roof, it's a deck roof. And, you know, if they were here, you know, the roof height is not an issue because the 18 feet is half of the maximum allowable. I mean, the maximum allowable in this district and pretty much all residential districts in the town of Monroe is 35 feet. This is only half as high. This is 18 feet. So, you know, what it does come down to, as Dave said, there are three variances that are existing non-conforming conditions that are not being extended or expanded. And the fourth one is the lot coverage, which the original condition was slightly over the allowable limit. And then now what they've done is they've increased that even further. So that's the only one that we, per se, have control over, is can we get the applicant to consider a smaller lot coverage? And what can be done in order to achieve that? And I don't know if they're willing to make any concessions with the layout of their plan, or if there are any other mitigating factors that we could put on this. One question I did have is, in the architectural renderings, we show a fence line around the top of the flat roof, which is necessary per code. You know, you can't have a flat deck like that high off the ground without security fencing. What kind of material is that made of? I mean, in the perspective drawings, it appears to be like a glass rail.
You're asking me what I think that's going to be made out of?
Yeah, the
Yes.
railing.
We're considering a number of options.
Possibly some nice wood.
The
some nice
goal of
looking-
which would be to minimize blocking of view. So we're thinking like it might be cable, like a railing with just some cable.
Or possibly some nice decorative wood, something that looks really nice, like some cedar.
I'm not sure the cable's allowed anymore. The
Okay.
cable, and I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, I guess you know, the other issue is that you know, the darker that becomes, the more opaque that becomes, you know, the more visible it becomes to the rest of the neighborhood.
Well, my intention would be to minimize the darkness.
Okay.
You know, I think moving forward, and like the chairman asked, or I might said earlier, is there any concession that the applicants might be willing to make? And then when you couple that with the 5 questions, and some of them are, is it a detriment, or is it brought on by yourself? When you have those questions and you look at the big picture, I think we need to hear from the applicants, what would they consider looking back at their plans and see if there's anything that they're willing to do when you look at the big picture of the questions and how this is being brought to us at this time.
It seems like the only solution there, like what Michael had said, is possibly reducing the size of the deck. Or is correct? Is that seems like possibly what you're hinting at? Is that correct?
Yeah, the side deck, I don't know. And I don't know how much that's really going to shave off of your increase.
And also, is that going to really change the flavor of the neighborhood? Plus, that neighborhood, God bless it, has every kind of house in it. Big house, big brand new houses, small little bungalows, you know, everything in between, old ones, new ones.
But
There is no consistent
it's eclectic.
flavor.
It's eclectic. You could use the word, it's eclectic, but you know, if you go back to your initial proposal where we questioned the type of deck that was going to be over the so-called carport that turned into a deck, right? Where if you're stating the type of materials, maybe it would ease the neighbors. Just I think the chairman brought up.
Well, we said a lot of
that
times.
Is the rooftop railings going to be glass? I mean, there's all different kinds of glass now. If you can be more specific on what the building materials are going to be, maybe that eases the angst of the neighborhood. You know, you can get creative on what you want to do going forward, but it really falls on you of what you're willing to do. You know, it's not our place to say, yeah, cut here or cut there, but you could see, if you really look at it, the vagueness of the way you've answered some of these questions might add to some of the confusion, or might put people at ease when they see the total picture.
Well, I know that Jake, the material of the deck, what did you have in mind for that?
It's gonna really be the deck railing that's gonna be, that
Now,
you're gonna.
now you're talking about the railing on the, around the roof
Right.
or the railing around the deck?
I'm talking about
roof
whatever
deck.
materials you're gonna use, what, present the materials or present the plan, just like showing your plan that you have a proposed walkway. And you're saying, oh, that's not gonna be there. But still, the plans that you submitted show a proposed walkway. So at this point, we take your word that that's not gonna be there, calculated into the lot coverage.
Good. Take
So
my word for it.
if you'd be a little more specific on what your material is, especially with, and I think the chairman said it, most of the angst is got to do with the rooftop deck. And maybe that would go a long way into helping the neighbors understand or visualize what you're going to be doing.
I think we went over what the rooftop deck is going to be made out of.
The railing, I think, I mean, is there?
You went from glass to wood to dark wood to cable.
I mean, the preference, what would you think would be the preferable material? We could maybe, be a little flexible besides what we want, like, I don't know, is glass, you think the thing that would be the thing? I don't know, like we're talking about considering people, right? Like, what do we think people would like the most? I don't know, like that would not affect their environment. I don't know, like we're not, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough thing to discuss. I don't know.
But we're not asking you. That's a question that you have to be giving to us. You're hearing our concerns. You're hearing the concerns from the different neighbors. How would you think you may be able to appease those neighbors or concede?
Well, it seemed like the neighbor behind, he thought he's just going to be looking straight at the deck, at the roof. If we were proposing, I mean, we want to consider him, but I think he has 2 stories on his house. And Harley it's a pretty small house, especially for, what he's used to. He's moved out of his house that he's been in a long time. It's very, very big house. So, I mean, we're not even trying to do, if we were going up a 2nd story, which is not, we can go up, 35 feet, and that would be even worse for him. I mean, he would not like that even more. So, and the other concern was that we can look over. So he seemed like to be the one behind Harley was concerned about the, blocking the view, and the neighbor to the side was concerned that we would be able to see into her yard, which the same thing, if we would be, up that high anyway on the 2nd floor, So, I mean, it's a little bit higher that we can go on the roof, but it's still not. So I'm just a little confused to where to go with this. I mean, we have to choose, say it's up to my client to what kind of material he wants to use, and glass is very expensive, but maybe he's willing to do that. We were talking about, doing this on a.
Is that necessarily the right material to use? I mean,
Yeah.
what is going to be the finish on this house? I mean, to me, it's a very modern looking house being situated in, very old part of Monroe. It's kind of, very cubic shape, very plain square lines everywhere. And then, the flat roof is throwing everybody because you almost never see a flat roof. In this location, I can understand why somebody might want to put a flat roof on and use it as a deck to have a view out to the lake. And in this case, you're still well below the height limitations. So it's different looking. Does it make it any better or any worse? Is there, a combination of, building siding and fencing on the top that's going to make this look more natural or more consistent with the rest of the neighborhood?
I mean, yeah, we could,
With the side, we've been discussing like the exterior of the house. And even though the depiction shows, I don't know, like maybe it might be stucco, we're talking about, you know, making it vinyl, maybe like a wood looking vinyl. I mean, is this something, you know, that
it seemed that wasn't, I see your concern. I mean, no one's brought up that issue yet, right? All the issues that came up never mentioned the appearance of the house.
I think it goes
Right.
towards
I'm
characteristic.
just gonna,
Goes to
while we
public
continue
hearing.
to discuss this, I'm gonna share my screen. You know, this one shot, this one collection of different perspectives, views of the house. You know, starting here in the middle of the page, that's the front of the house looking at it from the roadway. Right below it is the back of the house, which would be the view that the neighbors would see from above. And then we have several, you know, 3/4 perspective views looking at the side. And you know, as I mentioned earlier, when you look at this, it looks, you know, very modern in its appearance, very clean, sharp lines, very blocky building, doesn't have a roof line on it that, you know, you would expect to see in this area. So, and if you put a typical roof on it, you would actually be putting up more of an obstruction to people's view
Yeah, and
surrounding you.
it would look more like not modern, right, with a roof.
Right, and it would blend in better with the neighborhood, but it would be more of a potential obstruction of their views.
Right.
Now, the 18.5 feet is, and you're right, it's a mute point. It's not like it's encroaching on 35-foot building height. But the 18.5 is to the flat roof. It's not to the top of the railings.
Is that's on one of the cross sections? I think.
No, I was just asking you in your measurement. So
there's a picture. There's a cross section of the drawing. I think it is to the top of the roof.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
If you continue, yeah, there's a right there. No,
right.
Back.
Back.
Yeah, you went past it. Oh, no. That one. Yeah. Yeah, it's to the top of the curb of the roof. So like the roof, there's like a curb that's
A ledge.
The curb is a bit, you know, has a little height to it.
Yeah. And then the railings would sit on top of that. And go
yeah,
up
per code. I think per code, it's like you got to go maybe 2. I think off the ground you have to be like 3 feet. So it's like another, I think 2 feet, just 2 foot of railing or so.
Yeah.
Ooh. No, I think you're higher than that on the railing requirement.
The railing, isn't it off the ground? I'm not sure, but the code I thought was like 3 feet off of the ground.
If
right?
the
So
surface is 3 feet off of the ground, you need a railing.
Right. And the railing has to be something like greater than 36. Is it 42 inches?
Yeah, it might be. I think it might be 40.
Might be 42 now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's off of that. That's the top of the curb there. So.
And material does matter even in code.
Right.
Yeah, it's for safety, you mean? For
yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like if it's glass, it has to be tempered, all that.
Yeah, and the cable ones, I'm not even sure if that's allowable anymore.
If the cable, yeah, it's okay.
It could be, but I'm not 100%.
I know it's. I know. I was just involved in the house that had it on the interior.
I'm not going to see houses don't have it.
Right.
They do. But we're at new construction now, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it was a new. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, we have to look into that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the original. Like the original.
Side note here, it calls out the railing as being a glass railing.
Yeah, that was the original. That was the original intent. But then, you know, we started thinking about budget and whatnot, and thought maybe that might, you know, throw things off a bit because you know, that's an expensive system.
I would think from a maintenance standpoint, also a lot of upkeep to keep it clear and looking good.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that was
they
one
have
thing.
all
That was-
kinds of new type of glass railings. They have all those glass slot railings now. They're not as expensive. There's glass railings have come a long way.
Oh, there is, yeah, like the deck, Trex. I think Trex might even make one.
No, yeah, it's just a glass, like, it's almost like spindles that really see through. But, you know, that, again, that's not our place to
Right, right. I
to-
mean,
to
if we could say,
dictate or tell you what to do, but when we're faced with those 5 questions, and there's gonna be a couple of the questions that are really, you know, with what you're trying to do here is the aesthetics of the community, and what are we to base that on, this plan that is or is not accurate?
I mean, we know for sure, stucco is a little bit over the budget, so some type of wood looking, if not cedar, you know, siding. We were talking about, you know, so
No, I know what you're talking about, but if it
Yeah.
comes to, if it comes to a vote and and just say it passes, and all of a sudden it's built and it's not according to plan, or it becomes a real eyesore, at that point, it's too late. Because it then, and that's what I'm trying to get to you is if it's a little more clear of really what you're doing here. You could tell just by the way you're talking, we were going to do this and this and this, and they're all valid concerns that you have, but it still doesn't create a roadmap to what you're going to achieve.
Would you like us to make a decision on the exterior now?
I mean, if it's going to determine like the fate of the project, then we'll be flexible, you know. If there's something that you think would help us to blend in better, then, you know, like Harley wants me to build this house because he trusts me. I worked for him for 5 years, and, you know, I feel like I consider myself a trustworthy person. Like, I stand by my word. So if we say, you know, we decide on something, I have to do it, you know? So, I mean, if there's something you think would work best, I know you said it's not your position to do it, but like I said, if it's going to determine the fate of it, maybe you can just help us make the decision, you know, because.
Well, can I jump in? This is Dave McCartney.
Sorry, yeah.
What I want the board to realize is that you really shouldn't be designing someone's house as a zoning board, right? I know the applicant's looking for guidance, but this is not like a brainstorming session where we're all coming up with the best design for all different parts of the house. That's beyond the zoning board's jurisdiction. What the zoning board should be doing is looking at the variances sought, okay, and then look at the factors and deciding on the variance criteria and whether it wants to grant the variance or not grant the variance, or if the applicant is willing to, do something to reduce the impacts if the board thinks that there's going to be impacts. For example, back to the actual variance, which is the lot area, lot coverage. That's the primary one where he could change what he's doing. That would be something that you might want to ask the applicant to say, okay, look, I can do the following. And if you're worried about global impacts, I'm willing to do the following to reduce the impacts of the indirect consequences of the grant of the variance. So I'm willing to reduce the lot coverage in the following way, and I'm willing to implement the following design features to minimize the impacts that I've heard from the neighbors. But you shouldn't be saying, I like cable better, I like dark wood better on the roof deck. That's not something that's in your jurisdiction. I wouldn't recommend that you do that. What you may wish to do is say, if the applicant has something right now and that is satisfactory, great, I would address it. If the applicant wants to go to the drawing board and come back in November and say, look, I'm going to give you a new design. I'm going to come back with materials and I'm going to come back with a reduction in the following ways to reduce the variances sought, then great. Let him do that and let him come back. But we can't, you know, separate and apart. We've got 3 other applications still to hear, and we've got hearings to open. And if we don't open them before midnight, they're all going to have to be re-noticed. So we got to kind of move along a little bit on this one way or the other.
There's a shed in the back. Was that taken into account?
Yes. Yes.
What if I remove that shed?
I think it says it's 2% or so.
It's
Something like that.
0.5%, it's 45 square feet, 0.5%.
Okay.
I could remove that shed. I don't use it.
Dave, I agree with what you just said, and I think from all the board members, we were trying to get to what you just described. And, you know, it's up to the applicant to understand what you just said.
I think I understand. Trying to reduce the square footage.
That's correct. The square footage of lot coverage.
Even though I don't think that, you know, that would impact the neighborhood or impact anybody's view or adversely affect the overall look of anything. I think it's, you know, somewhat irrelevant.
Well, look, just to kind of help guide, you know, I usually keep my nose out of it, right? But just to help guide the board,
Go ahead.
just to try to guide the board and get you to, you know, and to guide the applicant here.
Thank you.
Very, very often when zoning boards come across situations like this, the zoning board, you know, is guided by the actual legal principles applicable, right? Which is what is your job? So their job is to vote, is to decide on the criteria. Right now, they have an application before them that presents exactly what's in the map you've presented. They could close the public hearing and discuss the 5 factors and vote and either grant it with conditions or deny it. And if they deny it, then, you know, you're out of luck. You'd have to make substantial changes, and there has to be a substantial change in circumstances for you to come back and reapply. If the board is of the view informally, and I don't know if they are or not, but if they're of the view informally that, look, on the current facts, we're leaning towards denial. So if that's the case, often the advice I give to zoning boards is, look, let that understanding be known to the applicant, to give the applicant the choice to put it to a vote. Okay, let's hear you vote. And if you're going to vote no, well, then we're willing to live with the no. If you're going to vote yes, then great, we got it through. But if you're not good with either of those outcomes, you say, okay, give us another month. Let us come back. If you're going to deny it, let me, you know, don't deny it. Let us go back to the drawing board. Let us come back with a scaled down plan or something more specific that you might find palatable next month. That is not an uncommon outcome when there's sort of an ongoing give and take, and, you know, there's resistance from a board and the applicant doesn't quite like the resistance, but they're clearly getting resistance. Does that shed any light on what options might be without me kind of you know, saying
Well, for one thing, would removing the shed help?
Well, that knocks it down 0.5%. I'm looking at the numbers I'm sharing on the screen right now, and I'm looking at, you know, the problem is,
and I could, you know what, I could reduce the deck on the side. That seems to be the biggest issue. It's not that important to me. How about that?
Okay, lot coverage. So we're going up 25.7. we're going up only about 5%, 6% in total. And that's the problem, is it's a small lot and it doesn't take too much to raise that number. But yeah, the big contributors to that 5% increase is the deck, the additional deckage at 4%. You could say the shed, which is existing, but that still represents half a percent. There's 4.5% right there. The driveway, you're not proposing to make it any bigger, so that's an existing driveway. And the house footprint itself, I guess the house footprint where you're extending it 5 feet along the back of the house, that's giving you extra area right there. But I'm thinking you're probably not interested in reducing the whole rear end of the house and changing the interior layout. It changes the entire design of the structure. So I think if we look at the deck, the increase generated from the deck and the removal of the shed, if we can shave a couple of points off of that percentage increase, that gets us closer to the existing lot coverage.
Okay, I would agree with removing the shed and scooching back the side deck,
Right.
It's not, I don't want to take away from the front deck because it's already pretty small.
No, I hear you. It's just wide enough to walk through.
Yeah.
So
I think it should be okay, but
so if there's going to be a new proposal to redesign that deck, it's hard to do that on the fly. Typically you'd need, to show the plans. It's easy to do it on the fly if it's just the elimination of the shed. But,
how about if, can't we just
redesigning the
agree to
deck and
take off?
computing out the numbers and the board has to make a decision on it, it becomes difficult to do in one meeting is my point.
Right.
I agree. I for one would like to, see what this comes to in plans in the future.
I could easily say, what do we have, 4%? The deck.
I just computed it out.
I mean, we want to get this going before the winter.
Look, here, can I make just an observation?
It's on video.
Just an observation. The dimensions that I asked for before regarding that side deck, you told us that it was 10 foot, 8.5 inches by 18 feet. That is 192.6 feet. If you add that to the 45 feet in the shed, that's 237.6 feet. If you totally eliminated the portion of the proposed deck that is off the side of the house. I don't know if you're willing to do that or not, but that's the computation.
Well, no, we wouldn't be able to get up onto the roof if we completely eliminated the side deck.
So to my point, I didn't, I thought that was going to be a response.
But we could bring it in, but we could bring it in towards the house some.
I'm sorry if I'm sounding impatient. It's just that we have
no, I know
public hearings to open before
Absolutely.
midnight. So I apologize, and I don't mean to sound short.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock.
Not at all.
But it is 11 o'clock, and
Okay.
we can't figure out if you're willing to, which it sounds like it's a very positive development as far as the board is concerned. Redesign the deck. I don't know how we do it on the fly right now. It's going to take another 45 minutes to an hour by my view. And the board doesn't have that kind of time right now.
Can I say one thing? If it's 4% or so, whatever it is, I could, if you were to grant us approval upon the condition that I take off 2% of that, half of it. So, make the deck what it is to half of what it is or so, we could take off a big portion of that deck.
On
and
the
make
side.
Sure make sure that we have it so it's just kind of like the same thing on the front. It's just kind of like a walkway that goes around.
Where this is again
Continue that.
trying to be polite and to echo what Davis, and this is really not our place to be advising or consulting you on this. And
I'm not trying to advise, I'm not trying to get
at
consulting.
the
or advice,
time
I
where
just-
we were saying that, you know, we can't be taking up this much time, but we still are.
Well, I was just trying to give a solution. If I say that we can take off 2% of that deck, you know, upon the condition, like if you mentioned before, there can be an approval upon with condition. So if I say that I could get 2% off of that the deck that's there, that's something I would like to put forward.
Can I make a suggestion? This is Marcy. Can we actually just ask that you supply us a list of the items that you're going to be using and resubmit and show new plans, because we've already belabored this quite some time and I've been listening very tentatively. And I think that we shouldn't rush something like this because it deserves the time and it's not really for us to compromise right now. But I think that if you was to resubmit everything, that we would be able to have all of the information to make an informed decision, because right now we're just going back and forth and we're just eating away at time.
We've talked so much. I mean, if we could just come to some kind of resolution, we would follow forward. We would just follow through with it and end of story. You know, we wouldn't have to come back next month or, you know, take up more of your time.
Mr. Chairman, what do you want to do, Mike?
I would like to see, if we can reduce that side deck. I think, in my personal opinion, that side deck, even though it doesn't count as part of the side yard, it does tend to intrude, very close to that side property line. Right now, that the property to that side is vacant, but eventually somebody else will build a house there. I think reducing that side deck by an appreciable amount would get us to where I would be comfortable with a minor increase in lot coverage rather than the 6% that we have now.
I would agree to doing that.
All right then. I mean, what we could do is phrase our granting of the variances in very specific terms where, we describe what's happening with the lot coverage. We've agreed on, what was it, a 4% reduction? Jake?
I thought 2.5, remove the shed, the shed 0.5, and then 2% of the 4, half of the deck. So
okay,
2% of the deck.
So that's
2.5.
That's a total of 2.5%.
This is why I agree wholeheartedly with what Marcy said.
Yeah.
What she just said, I think we're just rushing it. Where numbers are starting to, is it 4%? Is it 2%?
It's 2.5.
Yeah, I know, but I
Half of
agree with what Marcy had just said a couple of minutes ago.
All right, then.
For a couple of more minutes and we can conclude it.
We've got, as the
I know, but
attorney
just-
said, I have 2 more applications to open in the next hour, public hearings. I think if we carry this over, you clean up the site plan and the footprint of the house drawing to show how you're reducing that. Come back to us with the recalculated maximum lot coverage, and I think we'll be in a better position to vote on this. Because if we get pushed tonight, it may not work out best for everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll hold this meeting open until the next meeting, which is November
23rd, November 23rd.
23rd. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Resubmission date is November 2nd by noon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
for everyone. Thank you for
Okay.
everyone's time. I'm sorry. I apologize. This took so long. I wish, I guess maybe next time we can do this quickly and orderly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so that brings us up to the next item on the agenda, which is the Kingsville Synagogue.
So board members, we're back to ask for the half-story variance on this project to convert the attic to a third floor. We did the public notices. We sent everything out. I believe all evidence of that was sent to Noreen.
So we
we'd
should,
like to-
let me interrupt, David, then. We have not opened the public hearing on this, correct?
Correct.
No,
Should entertain a
not yet. We
motion
gotta
to open it.
formally open it. I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing,
I'll second.
the motion.
and this is on the application of Congregation Sherry Torah.
No,
No,
Oh, no,
Kingsville-
excuse me.
Kingsville Synagogue.
Kingsville Synagogue.
okay, so I'm sorry, so did we get a motion and a second?
No,
A
we
roll
didn't get a
call?
vote. Chip seconded it. All those in favor?
aye.
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 Marcy, did you answer?
Oh, she's on mute.
She's mute, but I could tell she's.
Yes, I said yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, David, if you want to begin your presentation of your case, I'll look for the applicable drawings to bring up.
Yes, so we presented at the last meeting our proposal to create the attic into a third story. So we're asking for an half-story variance. We compiled all the documents associated with this project and sent it over to you. So it's complete in its entirety through the zoning board, planning board, and this process. So you have an opportunity to see the project in its entirety. We clarified the first and second floor layout, and also we clarified the third story proposed layout. You have our cover letter dated August 2nd, which outlines the number of bedrooms. There will be 5 additional bedrooms up in that third story. At the last meeting, you had asked for an affidavit from the owner regarding his intent to complete the site work that was approved by the zoning board and subsequently by the planning board. The affidavit has been prepared. It was signed. It wasn't notarized. The owner's in Florida. I did send it to Noreen, but very, very late, right before the meeting. I'm sure she probably did not have opportunity to send it over to you. But you do have a signed affidavit stating the owner's intent to complete all that work before the expiration of the resolution proposed or final resolution as prepared by the zoning board. I do realize that's not notarized. I'm being told that it will be, and we can submit it at the as a condition of this meeting or at the next meeting.
Okay, the only thing I'm still trying to track down is the submittal of all your drawings in one package. I
I
have
did.
the affidavit that is signed but not notarized.
Correct.
From Noreen. Noreen, do you know when you distributed those new drawings?
No, I don't know the date. Let me try to get back into the emails and still get back into the meeting.
Allison Drive. Search it by Kingsville.
Nine 8 at 3:43 PM.
Okay.
Did you find it or you need me to resend it?
No, I have it. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Now let me try to get back to the meeting.
Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen again so that we can flip through the plan sheets as we discuss it. So this is a copy of the site plan that received the variance approval.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So here's Kingsville Drive in the village of South Blooming Grove. It's a dead-end road. It leads up to the applicant's property. There was always a small parking lot here that was parking in the front yard. Under this previous application, you created a synagogue in the basement level, and that generated the need for additional parking, and that was the expanded parking area that was approved by variance and planning board approval of the site plan. Right, so then going down to the next drawing. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm zooming in rather than out. And then these are just drawing details of the improvements that are being made at the site. And I was last at the site, it was probably last month. There had been nothing done to the outside of the property to address any of these improvements. And this, what we're looking at here, this is the floor plan in the basement where the synagogue was approved. Now, David, do we know if any of these interior improvements were made? I believe it was supposed to be like fixed in place seating and limited number of seats. Has any of this interior construction been completed?
No. No, as he says in the affidavit, it's not being used as a synagogue. And from my research, I could find out, I believe that the expiration date is August 12th, 2022 to complete the site work and then subsequently to do this interior work.
Right, because you have, I think, 2 years to execute the site plan before it expires. All right. So then the next page is what? Let's zoom out again. So that's the basement.
That's the lighting plan.
To the basement. And then this is the floor plan for the third story usage.
Correct.
Right. So we didn't see what's going on the first and second floors. The
No,
main
you
floor.
have that there. We submitted that. We submitted an A plan that showed the first and second floor. Go to the 6th page.
6.
That's
Oh,
the
okay.
first and second floor.
Dining room, kitchen, family room, office, foyer, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. So you have 4 bedrooms on the second floor. And 5 more on the third floor.
Correct.
Okay, so that's everything all in one place. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, of course.
You know, so what you're asking for here from the ZBA is an approval to change the building from a 2.5-story building where the half story is basically an unused attic by its nature, to creating a third story, which is creating habitable space in that attic area.
Correct.
And that exceeds the maximum number of stories in a building. As we discussed earlier with the other applicant, you know, throughout the town of Monroe in residential districts, you're allowed 2.5 stories. And that's generally, you know, 2 main floors and an attic space counting as a half story. It's unoccupied and, you know, it's got the sloping roofs in it. Now, this doesn't show me any of the cross sections, but I'm guessing at these wall lines, David, oops, let me zoom into this.
This is
already
created, or it isn't created. It's already done work, right?
Correct.
Right. This is already built.
Right, without permit.
And at the wall on these, we're looking at 4-foot-high walls along the edges, and I guess they have sloping roofs inside those rooms.
Correct.
Oh,
We
I see.
showed
There's
the
the
line
line
of
of
the
the
8-foot.
8-foot ceiling. Yep. Yeah, so this is a new request that the that the ZBA has never come across before. Changing the maximum number of stories in a building. You know, so we're really looking at 4 occupied stories on this building. The basement, which is going to be a synagogue that's under construction or to be constructed before the August 2022. Then we have the 2 main stories of the building having all the regular household spaces expected. The first floor, which is the main entry level, that has kitchens, dining rooms, living rooms. And then there was the second story that had the 4 main bedrooms in the house. And now we're looking at the third story that has 5 more bedrooms in the house. As we've mentioned in the past during our reviews, that, you know, in addition to all of these bedroom expansions, that there's going to be a need to upgrade the septic system. This house is serviced by wells and septic, so that's something that needs to be addressed. You know, should we find way to approve this this alteration to the building. Do any of the board members have any questions or comments?
I do. I thought part of this meeting here, when we said it at the last meeting, was there was a few things that were going to happen, and obviously he consolidated the plans, which is nice. Yeah, I know there's an affidavit that you presented late that is not notarized, or we would have the owner at a meeting. And, you know, I have to start, and I drove by the property a couple of days ago, and it's no different than it was with the pictures you took a month ago, Chairman.
Yeah.
So, you know, I have to question, what is it that we're really doing here?
I agree completely. I'm not exactly sure what's being presented in front of us, because if we have our policy in the town where buildings are supposed to be 2.5 floors, and we've already exceeded that, then what is actually being presented to us to make a decision on?
Well, can I comment on that, please? Yeah, the problem with this presentation is you're combining other aspects that were already approved. Our application before you right now is for a half-story variance. Period. It's not a parking, it's not, he has till August 22nd to complete the site work. I mean, it's unfortunate that that's being included
0%
in
of
this,
that has been
with this
completed so far, a
presentation.
year and a
So,
half later.
you know, so to be clear, that's our specific request, is the half story. And what makes this house unique from others? Not all houses have such a steep pitched roof to allow the attic to be converted to a habitable space in accordance with the building code. And while it was mentioned that it's 4 floors, it's really not by definition of the building code. The synagogue is submerged on 3 sides, so that wouldn't be considered a story.
But David, isn't the work already done? So
yes.
what's being presented to us, it's already completed, correct?
Yes, yes, actually, we were referred to you by the building department because of the violation.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to give you a view of the site, that's the building that we're looking at. There's the first story, second story, and the third story way up here, up top. It's behind that whole roof line.
Correct.
Right, this is just a photograph of the original existing driveway. There have been no improvements on that in a year and a half. Another shot of the house from the front. The dumpster area, frequently, if you go out there, that's never well kept. That was part of what his prior site plan was to take this dumpster out of the public right of way, put it rightfully inside of his project and put it in a dumpster enclosure. So he's had a year and a half to act on anything that he was asked to do.
August 22nd. So we're October, so 14 months, not a year and a half.
Yeah. Still, I mean, the clock is ticking. He's done nothing to improve the conditions out here. And by the way, the improvements that they made upstairs were made back in 2018 based on the architectural plans we received. And that was before they were even in front of the board asking for the synagogue variances. So we're here faced with this building that exists with an unpermitted third story in the house and being asked to grant it a variance from a 2.5 story house to a 3-story house. And that's basically the charge that we have tonight. You know, and I'm unconvinced of any reason why that should be granted at the moment. But, you know, is there anybody else on the ZBA that has any questions or comments, or do we pretty well know the case? And can I open it up to the public?
I have no questions.
I have no questions either.
Okay, Steve, I know you weren't around for a long time to hear all of what's going on here, but that's the thrust of this case.
Right.
Is that there's a built third story in the house that they're asking for variance, after the fact.
Understood.
Okay. Dave, does it look like we have anybody else out there in the public?
Does anybody want to be heard on this? Anybody here from the public that would like to comment? If so, we have few enough. Just unmute yourself and speak if you'd like to be heard on this. Nobody? Hearing nobody and seeing no hands raised, no electronic or physical hands raised. Doesn't look like anybody wants to be heard on it.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion or questions from the board members? If not, I would, push to or make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
I'll second that.
it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Kevin, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my video back on.
Okay.
I don't know why.
We can hear you, though. You can still vote.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I voted. I said aye.
Okay. So it's unanimous. Public hearing has been opened and closed. And David, can you help us go through the 5 criteria?
Yes, I can. So
Real quick, Mike, can you stop sharing your screen? Because I lose a lot of video.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Yeah, I kind of lose a lot when you do that. Okay, thank you.
yeah, so the board knows it's the familiar balancing test. Benefit to the applicant against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood or community by the grant. First factor is whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or detriment to nearby properties will be created by the granting of the area variance.
Shall I answer or?
No, your testimony is done here. Well, nothing changes on the outside of the building. It's all a matter of changing on the inside of the building. So it doesn't really change what's visually apparent to the community. Although if they're building 5 new bedrooms, there's going to be more people there, more cars there.
About the resources, the well.
Yeah, the
sewer,
resources.
There's an impact there.
Oh, yeah,
Negative.
certainly. The well and the septic. This house is on septic. It was designed for a 4-bedroom septic system. Now you have 9.
Right.
That all needs to be redesigned. That's a matter for the building department to take care of.
Yeah.
And we'll, we should make notes of the things that we want to alert the building inspector on.
Sure.
The next criteria, David?
It's whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some feasible method other than an area variance.
David, can you say that again, please?
Yeah, it's whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some method feasible for the applicant to pursue other than through an area variance.
Well, no, but that doesn't give somebody the right to break the rules.
Because he's already done it.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, that's a factor that is, again, the balancing test and the 5 factors. No one is by itself determinative, so it doesn't matter which way you come out on either one. It's the 5 factors guide you in the ultimate balance.
Right.
So it's not unusual for some factors to weigh in favor of or others to weigh against. The third one is whether the requested area variance is substantial.
I think it is substantial.
yes,
It's very substantial. It adds 5 bedrooms to a 4-bedroom house, so it's more than doubling the occupancy of the building. It's changing how houses can be built. If we grant this variance, what stops everybody else with a big attic from coming in and doing the same thing? And part of the reason for that is fire safety. And I'm sure that you could design around the fire safety regulations, you can comply with them to have that 3rd story, but that was not how this town was designed and meant to be constructed upon. I mean, this becomes, in my eyes, the opening of the floodgates for future applications.
Mr. Chairman, I think that brings up a good point. It sets a precedence.
Yeah. I mean, because this is the first time in my years on the board that we've had this particular variance requested.
Okay. The 4th factor is whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the neighborhood or district.
yes.
Definitely.
Okay, and then the 5th is whether the difficulty was self-created, and that's relevant but not determinative.
Yes.
Right, but that's clearly, it was self-created.
I have a check on all 5.
So seems like the discussion that I've heard on the 5 factors tells me that you're ready for a vote. And if you are, then you could make a vote to grant or deny and to authorize me to prepare a resolution consistent with that decision. And for the chairman to sign it, assuming it's on his review, it's consistent with the proceedings tonight.
I would like to take a motion to deny this application.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And there's a separate motion to authorize me to prepare a resolution and for the chairman to sign it if it's consistent with the proceedings. Do you have a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. So carried. David, thank you for your time.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night, David.
Good night.
Good idea. Okay.
Okay. So that finishes up our public hearings before midnight. Wonderful. The next item we have on our agenda is a new project, Congregation Sherry Torah.
Yeah,
The applicant here to present their plans.
good
And their
evening. Yeah, good evening. Joel Mann is here on behalf of the applicant. Good evening, or good night, or good morning. Anyway, I will try to make it short. I don't want to hold up the board so late. So the area variance is for an existing religious school. There is a proposed, in 2018, the planning board had proposed temporary trailers as stated in the zoning code that can be approved for a school. The resolution of approval was for 3 years according to the code. At the same time, the school facility had got an approval, a site plan approval for a building that's being called Glenwood 2, that's on Forest Avenue. So the plan was, once the 3 years will pass by on the trailer's approval, the new building will be completed and all the girls will move into the new building. So basically the planning board approval was at the same time at the end of 2018. Took a couple months till we got the building permit, finishing all the structure and mechanical plans and everything. Started construction basically in 2019, and we were hit with the COVID-19. Construction was shut down for a period of time. The school was struggling with funding, as all the construction, the building is dependent on private money. There was no fundraising at that time. And everyone knows that there is an issue with rising costs. And not only the main problem is the lack of material, everything is back ordered for months and even for over a year. For just an example, the building is now at the 2nd floor, and the roof, the metal joists for the roof are back ordered 12 to 16 months. So that's the timings that we're talking now, and everything is public records. You can verify that. So the first thing what I did is when we were a couple months before the expiration, we submitted that to the building inspector, and it was recommended actually to go to the planning board. My understanding was that the planning board will review it again and approve it for additional 3 years. But the planning board, actually the attorneys, and they recommended to come before the zoning board and get an area variance to extend the approval for a period of time based on the original approval. So we don't need to go through the new approval again. Since everything is existing, there's no changes proposed. It's an existing site. It's hooked up to public water, public sewer, and going through the factors, it's I think it's very clearly speaking out for itself. It's a school property, so there's no issues for the neighborhood. And as stated, it's not self-created. And I believe it's a small variance, even though it's the period of timing, but as the physical and the change on that property should be considered as a small variance. And in fact, actually going forward, there will be a permanent school building in that area. So to consider that what is there now, it should be considered as a minor variance. And with all of that, I'm here to answer and address all your concerns and all questions.
I have a question for Mike or for Dave. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair Murphy or Dave. Now, why does this go to us? If the planning board had done this and they just need an extension, why would it go to the ZBA?
I had the same question when I first saw it. That was the very first thing I was writing down was, what are we doing at the zoning board on this? But I think I ultimately came to the same conclusion that that Mr. Mann just explained that the planning board came to, which is, I think the analysis is the code gives, the way it's written, it gives the planning board the authority only to, only for the 3 year. And it had to be done, it had to be complete within the 3 years. And they don't, I guess the argument is, and their feeling is that they don't have the jurisdiction and the power to grant another permit for an additional 3 years, because they're allowed to grant only up to a maximum of 3. So if there's going to be more than 3, they've got to come to the zoning board to get that relief from that section of the code. Joel, do I have that right? Is that the way it kind of came down at the planning board?
Yes, that's basically what came down. And I know Bonnie was involved in that with the building inspector, and we have the denial letter from the building inspector that stated that. And my understanding was a little bit even more that certainly I can, if I want to remove the trailers and come with a whole new site plan, maybe move it with 10 or 15 feet, I can come back to the planning board with a whole new approval, but that doesn't make any sense since the trailers are there. And it's the same reason I stated in the, if you look at the resolution of approval for the trailers, it was specifically said that we're relying to get the girls relocated and that building can Glenwood too. That's unfortunately not done. So with that, it's contingent on that. So we are asking for basically for a variance to get an extension for more than the 3 years it's approved in the zoning. Correct.
Okay.
It's section 5738.
Right. I'm reading the denial letter now. Allows for the use of a period of not to exceed a total of 3 years.
One thing I'm sorry. go ahead.
Your 3 years ended on September 24th, 2021.
Correct. So basically we had submitted for the planning board in May, June, when we got aware from the building inspector that we were getting close, but it was sitting there for a while till they decided, okay, it will go back. We had a full submission with all the fees in, till it went back to the building inspector and they decided that that's the way to go, to come before the zoning board.
Do you have, or can you submit, if you haven't already, I didn't see it, the actual prior planning board approval? It was September 20th, 2018?
Yes.
I didn't see it in here.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of the site plan that we're supposed to be looking at here.
You don't have you're looking for the approved site plan or the current survey?
I'm not sure, whatever it was.
There was a site plan was submitted together with that, like an existing condition map was submitted together with the package.
Mike, you probably got it back in the end of August, beginning of September, because they were gonna be on the September meeting, but because of the Jewish holiday, they got pushed to October. So you gotta go back quite a bit.
I have that email and I'm looking at it. And there's like a dozen separate attachments. Sherry Torah denial, deed, EAF, tax map, zoning board reimbursement, JM application, site and 809 PDF, inter PDF, affidavit. So is it the site?
Site would be the plan, I believe.
No, that's a site visit consent form.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see it in my packages either.
Oh. Let me try to look up. I have it in my package here that my office gave me, but
Into community impact form.
let's see here.
Affidavit, and then what's this one here?
There is amended site. You don't have something that's being called as that amended site.
Hang on. Back up. Amended site. No, I've got the denial, the deed, the EAF, the tax map, zoning board reimbursement, the application form, site visit consent form, intercommunity impact, affidavit, and something that's just a bunch of numbers, transmittal letter, and it's just a bunch of numbers is a copy of the check. So I do not have any maps that have been submitted.
Wow, interesting. Okay, I have it here in the
Interesting
package.
is right.
That was part of the submittal package.
Yeah, it was checked off on the application list as being included, but it was not included or got lost in the mail.
I don't know if that's something that I can send that over to Noreen now. I don't know if you want to pull it up now, but I just emailed that to Noreen.
Well, do you have it there at your computer? Can you open it up and share it?
Sure, yes. You need to, David, you need to allow to
Oh,
share.
yep. Sorry. Okay, you got it.
That's basically the site. Here you can see here's Larkin Drive. And this is right at the entrance. There is an entrance Larkin Drive. There is a school. The school building, the main school building is here in this area. And this is a separate parcel that has the trailers on it. So there's like two phases. The trailers, one was done, I believe, in 2012 or 13. Then we added in 2018 the other area, this school modular building. That's also of trailers, and we got an extension at that point for everything for 3 years. So we're looking to extend that for another 3 years.
And how many trailers are there?
This is a cluster of 5 that was added in 2018. This one, I don't have the numbers, what's there now, but I'll look it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5.5. It's like more the longer ones, a different size. You can see it here. It's an old aerial. Here you go. I have a more. That's the old one, the old cluster, and that's the new one that was approved in 2018. So both are now together, connected.
And in the new cluster, I'm sorry, how many trailers?
This new one,
yeah,
is 5. It looks like it's 5 doubles. Like you can see it here. You can see the lines. It's like each double line is 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one leans that way.
Yeah. And then the original building, which is also temporary trailers.
Correct.
Right in there. And that's even a little bit bigger.
That's even a little bit bigger, yes. I should have the size.
So I guess my question is, you went from one set of buildings that had a 3-year temporary use. Then you added a second set of buildings that had a 3-year temporary use and extended the 3 years of the prior one. And now we're at the end of a 6-year period for the first building, the end of the 3-year period for the second building. And you're looking for another 3-year period for the temporary use. And in the code, it says it's limited to a 3-year temporary use. And we've got one of these that's already at 6 years temporary use. And I recognize that currently the construction market has supply line issues and cost increases that are prohibitive. But what happened in the last 6 years?
So
back before 2020, there was plenty to go around. There was plenty of construction materials, laborers, and all. Now here we are, and you're saying I recognize the the reality of that things are harder to purchase today, and even to get workers to work, it's going to be more expensive.
Right. I fully understand your concern. So let me give you a little bit of history, and what I know might be that I will need to research. So when the first trailers got approved, it was also contingent. I'm not sure exactly in that building, but the Glenwood building was still under review of approval by the planning board. Took a couple of years to get it approved, since it's a major building and there was a lot of improvements and outside agency approvals. Took a couple of years, and at that point, the demand increased. at the first approval, there was not even in the code any expiration for temporary trailers. So it was up to the planning board technically to give as much as extensions they want and they feel necessary. So on the first, when this first trailer was placed, it was approved, like I believe for a 5-year temporary basis. They ended up the 5 years. The building at that point, the new building, the Glenwood 2, was at the point of approval. And realistically speaking, it seems that, okay, in another 3 years, we'll definitely have the building up. The planning board agreed to add the other 5 trailers, the minimum needed at that time, and with the understanding that at the end of the 3-year period, everything will be removed. And in reality, this site is a potential site for a new building for the boys in this area, that they will soon be needed in the building. So this will be removed. Probably in the next couple of months or so, we will start planning board process for approval that will probably take a period of time for a new boys school in that area. So
now this is a girls' school now.
We're using that area for a girls' school temporary until the girls' school site is on Forest Avenue. There's already existing 2 girls' school buildings, and the 3rd one is under construction. So
So they're going to be moved to Forest Avenue.
They're going to move to Forest Avenue, basically, correct. And that's, you can see that I will share with you the resolution that's also being mentioned that, and it was mentioned in the resolution that this is now at the time they're getting approved that building. So you can see that at that time we were at planning board approval for the other building too. So with that, we feel very comfortable. Again, things can happen, and we're struggling, but we hope to get it. We want to get into the new building as soon as possible, as we don't have place, and we're like the other girls that the need for the new building, or actually the school has to go out and lease other spaces. They're spread out in multiple different spaces. So it's not like something that we want to delay. We want to have it as soon as possible. We hope to have it done we hope in about 18 to 24 months, but just for being on the safe side, we're here to ask for another 3 years. And at that point, we will remove all the trailers and like we said, hopefully being at the point that we will have a permanent building approved in this location and start constructing that building.
So at this time, do you have in hand a site plan and building plans for the permanent structures?
On which, on this location or on the?
For this location, what's going to be built here?
We have some preliminary, in the middle of drafting some preliminary plans.
Yeah, so, you know, this is the same thing time and time again. Everybody waits till the last minute to do anything. And 3 years from now, you're not going to have that plan ready, and this will go on and on. I don't know.
We're not waiting for the last minute. Everything depends. We are relying on private funding and everything. So everything depends. We're trying to push for donors to get as soon as possible. And with that times it's difficult, but again, they are under a big pressure in getting the new building finished. And you're right, it's the time, and we're working now on this new building here. But again, the new building that's going to be proposed here is not related now to the trailers. The trailers are relying to be emptied out once the new building that's already under construction is going to be completed. And if you want, we can maybe we can give it like 2 conditions. So the condition will be or a maximum of 3 years, or the new Glenwood 2 will, let's say, give it 30 days after Glenwood 2 or 60 days after Glenwood 2 receives CFO, whichever is sooner, something like that. So that's at least might be, this will happen in 18 months. That's what we hope. We're doing the best as we can.
Now, where is the property line on this building approximately? Because I'm looking at all of these storage trailers or trucks that are in the back here and all of the mess
Oh,
that's.
this is already clean. This was at one point, it was under violation, that was cleaned out. It's a different property, different, it's the Matzo Bakery. It has been cleaned out already. It's not there anymore. So the property line, you can see it here. So this is portion of a bigger property, but it's a separate area.
Oh, okay.
It's separated by this access point here and by Larkin Drive. So you can see now
So
the lot.
this parcel is part of that 3-lot configuration.
Part of this, yes.
Can you just close that one window there so I can see the tail end of that piece? And maybe click on one of the other parcels that's attached, so when it pops up again.
Oh,
Yeah,
got it. Yep.
All right, so you've got a big piece of land over here.
Yeah.
Everything's pushed into this little corner.
This just to clarify, this aerial is the county's, is not
County
updated.
GIS.
County GIS, so you can see the 5 new trails are not there.
But you get a sense of the property line and who's.
Ooh. And the building behind it is a school also?
This building, this is a boys' school, and this is a matzo factory.
And I was with the planning board when those 2 projects went through.
Oh yeah, years ago.
And again, it was in a big rush at the last moment and nothing was ready. And that's why I say, you know, I question, well, what do you have in hand to execute your plan in terms of developing a site plan and a new building plan to get rid of these trailers? Because, you know, some of it's been here for 6 years, other parts are there for 3 years. And the code I'm looking at says temporary trailers, you know, shall not exceed a period of 3 years.
So as I said, there was a lot of uncertainties during the time, you know, that the religious school sometimes going over on the new managements and basically new administrators. They are actually very up to date now with everything and ahead of planning. They're finishing up 2 other buildings within the village of Kirjol, so they are actually planning ahead on everything. So like for the boys, they still have some capacity. So it's not like the need tomorrow. They are now much better planning that at the period of time, like for a couple of years ago. I also got involved a little bit more in that. I was hired basically to make sure to plan ahead everything, to make sure that it's timely. It's a time. So we're trying the best. Without that delay for the Glenwood 2, we wouldn't need that extension for the trailers at this moment. This was not the story 5 years ago when, like he said, everything came the last minute.
Based on your estimation, the best case scenario is 18 to 24 months. That the school will be ready to take these girls as occupants.
I spoke today to the construction manager and like to the team. They're going to do everything in the world to make it happen in 12 months because they want to be in there in 12 months. But again, like I said, realistically, you know what's happening in construction. So I told them, listen, so that means 18 to 24 months. We don't want to say this number. So I told them, okay, so then I will go for 36 months. That's at least a 100% safe time period to get everything in, and they can be done with the building.
Joel, can you scan over to where the new girls' school is going to be?
Yes, I will try to
give us
go.
a sense of location, and
I will go to. Let me bring up better Google Maps in that area.
Chairman, that building behind those trailers, is that the old Manhattan beer facility?
Yes.
Yeah. The big one is the old Manhattan beer facility. Yeah. And the little one is a new matzah building that was newly constructed, but yes.
Right. Okay.
So here it is. So this is Glenwood 1. And this is Glenwood 2. At the time of the picture, you see it on the foundation, but they are now at the second floor, putting blocks on the second floor. So framing up the third floor.
And those are the ones that you see right off of the Quickway.
Correct. So there was also a lot of excavation there, a lot of cut. It took a couple of months, even though so then COVID came in, that really delayed everything. So.
But that construction started well before COVID.
Just right before, not too much before, because like we said, we got it approved. Planning board was end of 18, planning and still, like, once you get the site plan approval, you're doing your structure plans and MEPs and everything, all the code takes a couple months, goes to the building inspector, reviews. So they started probably close to the end of 19 with the construction, and I can check exactly on dates on that.
Yeah.
Just that's based on my assumption that I wasn't involved actually in the plans and that. So.
If I could just give a quick reminder
Finished
that
structure to the north, I thought that was a boys' school also.
This one?
Yeah.
That's also part of the girls. That's a mikveh building. That's very small. That has just a couple classrooms on the second floor. The main use of the building, the lower floor, is a mikveh building.
Okay. So actually back to the one to the south here, kind of the middle building.
This one? This is a girls' school. Yes.
That's a girls' school. Okay, so all the girls' schools are going to end up right here.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, it's a big hardship for them to bus a couple ages of girls to the other facilities. So that's also something that they want to see. They want to end up with that.
So just as a quick reminder, again, this is not the public hearing. You're not making a decision tonight. Really, we're just seeing, is there anything further you need from the applicant so we can schedule it for a hearing? Because the application is for a variance, so it requires a hearing.
Yeah, I think, what's missing from the application package we received are the maps. I would like to see a copy of the site plan that approved the original trailers and then the additional trailers. So that we can get a sense of the timeline to make sure that what's out there now is in compliance with the original site plan. And, this was helpful to see the progress that's being made on the future permanent school. So I think that's all I need to see. The rest of these forms are here.
So, okay, so what I see in my files, I have the 2018 site plan, the resolution, but I'm not sure if I have the first one. I will try to get it, probably it should be in the building department. So I will get you all the information. We'll make sure I have a current map, so you can match everything, and we'll submit all of that before the submission date. So the question is, with subject to that, if you can schedule a public hearing for the next month.
Is there anything else anybody else on the board would like to see before we schedule this for a public hearing?
No, I think that covers it for me. The site plans were what I wanted to see for the original trailers.
Okay.
I think the documents you mentioned would suffice, Chairman.
Okay. And a lot of this, Joel, is about the timing. maybe if you could put together a chronology of events, as to, where it started, with the first set of trailers being approved, then the second set being approved, what your future plan is, when you expect to have the girls' school finished at that other site location, and then they can move out of this building and go to that building, and then the demolition of these trailers will occur.
I understand. For the
Kind
future,
of laying out the process, so
Yeah.
we know what's in front of us here.
for the future, probably it's not a big whatever. We can have everything. The only thing, the history, I need to see how much people I need to interview to get that history. So there was a lot of people involved. But anyway, I will get it to you.
Yeah, just, the dates of the prior site plan
Right,
approvals,
right, yeah.
how it got to where it is.
No, I got it. I will try to do that as best possible. I will try to give you a summary, like a written summary, not something like a presentation at the planning board, so you can have it before, you can review it, and if it's missing something, you will let me know at the meeting.
But I think the chairman's right, the timing is going to be a big factor here.
Sure.
Okay.
I think one thing for the next meeting, you need to flip everything around. You need to put me at the first, and the first people should go the last. They shall have the feeling that I have now.
Well,
I second the motion to make us first the next time.
Okay.
it's based on when everybody gets their paperwork in. And then it's always public hearings first, new projects, and then returning projects.
Okay, so put me for a public hearing for next month, so I can be the first.
Now, you're going to have these additional materials to us by the submittal date for the November meeting.
Correct.
And that is not far off. That is like a week from now.
It's all documentation that's there. The only thing that I need to get is the timeline, and I think a week is sufficient for me to get that letter to you.
Okay.
That
would be helpful.
Again, they're there. It's. I just want to close this issue with the building inspector, so we will like to get it done.
Okay, so with that being said, how does everybody feel about scheduling this for a public hearing in November?
Yeah. Was that a motion?
Oh, well, it's a question. We'll turn it into a motion if everybody's comfortable with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, I have no problem.
With those preconditions in there, yeah.
Okay. So then I'd like to make a motion to schedule the Sherry Torah application for a public hearing at our November. Shoot. Get the date here.
23rd.
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 November 23rd meeting, correct? Subject to having the approved site plan, the most recently approved site plan for the temporary girls' school site that we're looking at now, for which they're looking for the 3-year extension, and a chronology of events of what the planning process has been in the past, the construction process, when they anticipate moving the girls to the permanent school, and when they anticipate demolition of the temporary trailers. So would anybody like to second that motion?
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3 out of 4 of us. I think we lost one of our,
Oh, I said aye.
oh, okay, Marcy. Okay, so that's unanimous. Joel, if you can get that paperwork to Noreen by next week, we'll schedule you for a public hearing on November 23rd.
Thank you very much. Everyone, have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
So that's closes out new projects. Next, 2 items on the list are returning projects. We have, do we have Jewel Rutledge out there? Or anybody representing Jewel Rutledge?
Ramel
Yeah.
Lasso's out there.
Good evening, guys. It's Romel here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I believe Mr. Rutledge is on the phone. I know we had a few clarifications requested. I believe they were submitted, and I know some of the letters were needed to make copies, so maybe you guys didn't review that in time, but other than that, I think we're just here to basically go over that lot coverage, building height, and see if we can be granted a variance for the distance from the road. If I'm not mistaken, those are the 3 items that we have to discuss. Pulling up the letters here. I guess my first question is, was everyone on the board able to review the letters that we submitted, or?
Okay. I have to admit, I did not read the letters that were submitted.
Did you guys want me to sort of give like another brief overview of the project? I'm sure you guys have a deal with a lot of projects. I'm not sure if this is fresh in everyone's mind. I think last time we met was in August, sorry, for some of these, for our second ZBA meeting that we had.
Yeah, if you could just go over the whole project. I am finding your letters at the minute, but if you can like brief everybody, we do have some new board members who weren't here when your project started.
Okay, so yeah, we received a violation from the building department on the new, we call it a shed accessory building that was already built. So this is post building department or planning board. We initially had intended to remove a shed that was on the verge of collapsing and using this as storage. My client got the letters, got the violation, so we submitted for the plans, and they had brought up 3 points in which they suggested we needed a variance on. One was the building height. The other was lot coverage was exceeding the allowed. And the last was the distance of the shed from the main road. This property is located in a corner lot. So we had originally, from reading the building code, road distance was calculated from the main road, which sits on Sunset Terrace, rather than the adjacent road that runs parallel to the property. So I guess that's where, I'm not sure if we clarified that that was the case in terms of needing that space from the side road, or if we are just here to decide whether we need a variance on the other two. I know that the building inspector has been out there a few times. They took pictures. We've also submitted a few pictures on height and what the current conditions are. So again, I'm not sure if you were all able to review the letters we provided. I know Mr. Rutledge had another survey done with the new building. They removed the shed. And also, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the fence that was put in a couple of years back. Let's see here.
I didn't see, this is Dave McCartney. I didn't see any letters. I haven't seen any letters. The last thing I have is this survey that was submitted God knows how long ago. I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at my files and this application dates back to January.
I don't see
It's
anything new. I honestly, I didn't even know it was on the agenda tonight, to be honest with you. I didn't see it on the agenda.
I think it made it to the revised agenda.
I didn't see the revised, but I didn't see anything new.
The only thing new that I got were the lot coverage tables and the newer shed photos.
Yep, those letters that were submitted.
Yeah, there was a submittal that we received from Noreen on September 27th, 2021.
Kevin, were those in your packet? Did you pick up your packet?
Yes. And I got an email for them as well.
Right, okay.
I got both.
They've been on the schedule since the first agenda. The only revised one for today was to put on Bill Adams.
Yeah, no, that's, I got your email on September 27th.
Okay. That's what the new submittal was. It wasn't anything but those.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the two letters, one of them dealing with the lot coverage, the other dealing with photos of the building and measurements describing the height of the building.
Correct.
Noreen, I did not get that. I don't have an email from you on September 27th on Rutledge.
I must have not liked you that day.
Well, that's.
I apologize.
Not the first time.
Oh, stop.
No, not the first time that you didn't like me. That's what I mean. Not that you haven't sent me something.
I'll forward it to you now, David.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Dave, I always include you. Patty, on the other hand.
I think the other item that was also in question was the stamp on the new survey. We resubmitted that to Noreen.
I have a copy of with the seal on it. He's only has the one because, again, the gentleman that did their survey is out for heart issues. And he seems to be a sole engineer. So he gave me his copy with his seal on it. So there's at least one with the seal on in the ZBA file in the office for now. I don't have a copy for every one of you right now.
So I guess the bottom line is if everybody else has seen the stuff, and are we just still talking about getting ready to put it on an agenda for a public hearing? Is that all?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not do 5 in a month again, please.
You read my mind, Noreen.
Yeah, the only thing I can't find is the latest version of the map.
That would have been not this submittal, the one before that. And I don't know when he came in last. He's not every month, that's for sure.
I know, that's what I was saying. My files date back to January on this, and then it skips around. Shed survey.
But I do, like I said, I do have the one with the seal on in the office. I think it was around June. Or was it April? Ramel, do you have a copy in front of you of your last plan?
I don't have that.
I do.
What's the date on it that they gave you for the plan?
Let's see, so the new date on the survey should be April 27th, 2021.
So it was possibly a May submittal, Mike.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it goes back. Yeah, this is one of those things where, if we were in the midst of a public hearing and we've got to peck around and hunt around for all the files, we've got to get this thing in order. And, to make sure that we have everything that needs to be presented during the public hearing. The 3 files you sent this week are fine. That gives us some of the information, but now I'm looking for an email somewhere around June. Image, what is this? There it is. Yeah, so I have a copy of the map, and it's wait, that's one I'm looking at. April 2021 shed variance. Yep, so that was the one we received in the beginning of the summer, end of spring. Okay, and that comes to us with the title of IMG 439. So, you get files like this, you don't know what's in them. But we do have it. Let me view. So this was the updated survey map.
Yes, that looks right.
Right, because we see down here is the revision date of April 27, 2021, shed variance. And then this is your lot coverage calculation,
Yes,
and then your building heights file, where you provide photos of each side of the building and the heights. And the maximum permissible height of a shed is 15 feet, or an accessory building, I should call it, is 15 feet. And you've got 10 foot, 14 foot, 16 foot, and 13 foot. The average of that is less than 15.
correct.
Okay, so now going back to your application. Geez. That's not helpful. Uh, Mhm. All right, so here's the denial letter from the building department. This is where the building department points out that your accessory building shall not exceed 15 feet in height. Your existing height is about 16 and a half, but shall be verified. We've had you do that field verification. So that one we're covered on. Supplemental, all yards and corner lots and existing through lots abutting streets shall meet the requirements for front yard setbacks in the district which it is located on the effective date of the zoning chapter. Through lots are not permitted. Yards, okay, so that's district of regulations, minimum setbacks, front yard. Your existing accessory structure is only 18 feet at the west side of Lake Region Boulevard property line. This is an encroachment of 22 feet, and lot coverage, maximum lot coverage is 25%, shall be verified for all building conditions. So we go to your lot coverage letter and you're at 22%.
Correct.
Okay, so we seem to have all the data that we need to have to get to the point of scheduling for a public hearing. If anybody has any other questions, I mean, I think what we need to do is put together the relevant sheets that we need for that meeting in advance so that we're not all over the place. You know, obviously at the next meeting is going to be in town hall, not on Zoom. So those are some of the key documents we need to have with us and be able to share with the public at that time, are the map, the denial letter, and then these documents that show what the building height is and what the lot coverage is. The only real location, the only real variance problem that you have is the location of the shed being too close to the property line.
Right, so that would be the variance that we would be applying.
Yeah, that would be the most critical one right there.
Well, I mean, the only one, correct? Or
Yeah, actually, it does become the only one because your building height is fine and the total lot coverage is fine. It's close to 25, but it's still below.
okay.
And now, was this a newly constructed building or did he revitalize an old existing building?
No, this is new. There was nothing there before. It was just.
There was nothing there before. He built this. He built it too close to the property line. He got caught for that, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, so it was after the fact, before we applied for any sort of building permit.
And there's no services in there, right? Is there electric, water? Did we go over that?
There's electricity.
There's electric in there, but there's no water, there's no waste, just no sinks or anything. There's no heat. Yeah, there's no AC, there's no mechanical stuff other than the electric.
Yeah, I see there's electric on the building here. Got lights out front. Is this a two-story structure? Is there a basement to this that gets used? Yeah, there is.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there
So
is. So that's a
there's
pretty substantial structure to construct without benefit of a site plan approval.
Right, there's like a crawl space underneath. It's not finished. It just has some 3/4 stone. And I believe the foundation is made out of cement blocks.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. All right, so I think you're all set for the a public hearing to be scheduled on this matter on November 23rd. And that'll be at Town Hall. Would anybody like to make a motion on that?
I just have a question. How many do we have already scheduled for November?
I don't.
Can we looking at
can we
tonight's?
put a limit
Sorry,
on
we held over, well, we just scheduled Joel for Sherry Torah.
Matzel is coming
Matzel was
back.
pushed off.
Coming back.
Verizon
Oh,
was
he's
pushed
already
off.
emailing me.
And Verizon is coming back. So
Right.
management will be back. So we have 1.
DG, Verizon 2, Matzel's 3,
DG is not on for.
Taurus 4. This would be 5.
Oh, that's right. DG is not on. DG
Not on.
is coming back to talk to us about their revised application. Okay. So that's one.
We'll
less.
have, who do we have first? So.
Yeah, Verizon, Matzel, Sherry Torah, possibly this one.
So that's 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
As a clarifying question, is there a limit of how many that we can have on one?
no,
Okay.
No. Yeah.
we just need to move them along faster.
We've just got to make sure that if we're scheduling public hearings, again, the same issue that we're running into tonight, we have to get to them, we have to open them. Otherwise, they'll have to be renoticed. You can't open a public hearing notice for the 26th on the 27th, even if it's right after midnight. You got to get them open. So that's the practical reality is there's no actual legal limit, but the practical limit, if you're not going to get through them, it's a problem.
I think, you know, what holds me up on my end is I'm going through hundreds of little files here, trying to share drawings and everything with the audience. And it takes time just finding them all. You know, fishing through emails for each and every document. Got to get better at that.
Oh, Leo and I can talk. Maybe we can come up with something that I can email you one bulk thing the day of or something, but not tonight.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, you know, I think the applicant has done their work here in gathering the data that we need. How many end up on the agenda for next month? It looks like it's going to be probably on the order of 4, possibly 5. So once again, I put it out there. Would anybody like to make a motion to schedule this for a public hearing on November 23rd?
I make a motion to schedule this for public hearing on November 23rd.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those
Steve?
in favor?
Aye.
Was
Aye.
that Steve, that second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so thank you, sir. And we will, you have to get in contact with Noreen to get the mailing list.
Okay.
And she'll walk you through all of that. And that has to, you know, be sent out the direct mailings to the surrounding neighbors, published in the newspaper, and we'll see you in November.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, which brings us to our final item, returning item is Michael Adams.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe McKay. I'm representing Mr. Adams.
Good morning.
I will, good morning. I will try to be as brief and succinct as possible and answer all your questions so we can all go to bed. Mr. Chairman, I heard you say that you might have a few new members since the last time we were here. So I'll just give a brief overview of how we got here. Mr. Adams initially came to the board. He was proposing to construct a pavilion and a 2-story storage shed on his property. His property is not far from the office building that you were discussing earlier tonight, which is the one that is near the lake. It's bordered by 208, and I think it's Orange and Rockland Road in the back. So he came to the board seeking a variance for a proposed shed and a variance for a proposed pavilion. Actually, the pavilion, so I'll take those one at a time. The proposed storage shed, each of these structures is required to be set back 50 feet from the lake front. So when he initially proposed the storage shed, there's a 50-foot setback requirement. He was proposing to put it within 20 feet of the lake, so that would have required a 30-foot variance. With respect to the proposed pavilion, this is all the original application, that would have also had a 50-foot setback from the lake. He was proposing to put that within 10 feet of the lake, and that would have required a 40-foot variance. The pavilion also needed a variance from the rear or sideline setback. He required a 5-foot variance for that.
After he put in his initial application, the town engineer and the building inspector walked the property with him. The purpose of that the town engineer walked the property was because under the code, you need to determine the water line so you can essentially determine the setback. And there's a letter from Sean Arnott, the town engineer, that says actually when he went out and located the water edge, it's actually 2 feet shallower than what was depicted on our proposed plan. And I think that letter was sent out either yesterday or today. But when the engineer and the building inspector walked the property, they advised my client that there were 2 pre-existing non-conforming sheds on the property. My client kind of has the choice of whether he gets rid of the sheds or not, but he figured since he's before this board, he would seek to bring them into conformity as best as possible rather than removing them. So the building inspector has kind of defined the sheds in his correspondence as the front westerly shed and the north side shed. The front shed is actually encroaching onto the neighbor's property, so that needs to be relocated.
Just to be clear, the neighbor is New York State DOT. We're talking about Route 28, 208.
Correct, and we're going to relocate that, right? So there's a required 60-foot setback. He's proposing to relocate the structure to a level area, obviously on his own property, so that it's not encroaching. And that would require a 45-foot variance. And the code also prohibits sheds or structures in the front yard, so there would be an additional variance for that. And lastly, with respect to the second pre-existing shed, that would also require the 50-foot setback from the lakefront, and my client's proposing to locate that, located in an area that would require a 30-foot variance. So I think what I'd like to try to do, or what the board is asking me to do tonight, is to kind of just make sure that the variances as I've set them out, and there are 2 letters. There's an initial application that I made back in July and a letter that I sent the other day where I try to list the variances and the distances. And I think so long as the board doesn't require anything else, I'd like to come to an agreement as to what the variances are, and try to set this for a public hearing at your next meeting.
We had that updated map, but that showed the physical sheds on there and,
Yes.
and the proposed sheds. And it's the 2 new ones, and I don't understand what your proposal is at this time without seeing a modification, a map markup to what you're looking to do with this shed in the front yard, because you have to take it, this board can't grant you a variance to keep it where it is by any means. I mean, because you're off your property, you're trespassing into the state right away with that shed. So, we don't have the right or the authority to grant you a variance on that. So in that case, what are you looking to do? And then the second existing shed is in the rear yard, but also within the 50-foot setback from the lake's edge. What's your proposal on that? Is that being moved? Is it being demolished?
Yes, and I sent a letter for both of those issues. Of course, Mr. Chairman, we have to relocate the one shed that's encroaching, of course. And as I said, we're proposing to relocate it in an area that would still require a variance. It would be wholly located, of course, on my client's own property. but it would be 45 feet. Let's see first. To relocate it to an area, there's a 60-foot setback required, and it would be relocated to an area that would require a 45-foot setback. And then with respect to the last shed that you just mentioned, that does require a setback from the lake. Again, he's proposing to locate that on a line that would require, to set it back 20 feet from the lake, that would require a 30-foot setback.
Yeah. Okay, so now we know the proposal on all four of these sheds. It would be helpful to see where those sheds are going to be relocated to on the map. I don't know if you have somebody that can update that map for you, so that my problem is when we get to a public hearing and we don't have a complete document to share with the public to be able to say, okay, this is an existing shed, it's getting taken down, it's being moved over here, and it's in compliance with all the zoning, so that clears up that issue, or whatever the case may be. But you know, I don't want to be sitting there showing them a map and pointing to an existing shed saying, okay, this existing shed is going to be moved over to here, but it's not shown on the map. It's got to be on the map. All right. Whatever this combined packages that you're putting together, you really have to put it all on the map. I'm just giving you my feedback on this, but I'm not inclined to allow two more structures to be built within the 50-foot setback from the lake. This is a 3.5 acre property. He's got a lot of land. He's developed a lot of it. You know, if you can't find your way out of requesting that setback, you know, I can't guarantee you he's going to get a variance on that when it comes time to make that decision, because there are alternatives in my mind to where you're going to relocate those sheds. If you put the shed and the gazebo outside that 50-foot limit initially, we wouldn't even be having these discussions. And I know people live on the lake frontage. They want to get the best view of the lake and all of that. And that's why the gazebo is right out there up front. But once we do it for you, we got to consider what happens with all the other lakefront parcels in the town of Monroe when they come in and say, well, you know, you just approved 3 months ago a guy to put a gazebo 10 feet from the edge of the lake. You know, then we get going down that slippery slope. So I know, you know, the property owner has his desires and his dreams, and this is where he wants things and how he wants to develop it. But we don't just look at his property in isolation. And I realize he doesn't have a lot of neighbors up close to him, and it's not real visible. But once we do it for him, it's just like the same guy with the 3-story expansion today. You store that. That was the first time we got that type of an application. Boom, shot it down, because we don't want to see that coming up month after month after month. Everybody wants to encroach. We take these setbacks very seriously. I mean, that's what the rules were put in place for. It's your applicant has a very large piece of land, and these are little structures. He was able to actually put his patio and his pool within that 50-foot setback, which is probably wrong, but the 50-foot setback, the way it's described in the code, it talks about a structure or a building. So, okay, a patio is not a building and the pool is not a building, but I think it's just as harmful to clear out those areas. So we've already got a lot of clearing going on close up to the lake there. And myself and the rest of the board has to be concerned with, where does this set the trend for the future if we allow it in this case? You know, so while you're modifying your map, you may want to think about that. You know, I know we have to go through the whole application process, hear your case before we make any hasty decisions, but I'm giving you the advantage of hearing what's on my mind, rather than, you know, before you complete this application, rather than once you get through the public hearing and then we have to make a decision.
I agree.
I appreciate that candor, Joe.
Well, no, of course. And certainly after 12:45 at night, I appreciate it even more. I understand exactly what you're saying. And you're right. If it were just the pavilion, you know, this started with the pavilion and the shed, And there are additional sheds, right? One of them is not even on our, encroaching into the state property, right? Shame on us, I understand that. But we are here to try to bring everything into compliance. You know, the building inspector, I think, issued his letters last Wednesday. And my client's done everything he tried to do to get it, correspondence to the board, and update this and get on the agenda so we could discuss this. Right,
Right.
so we have been doing everything that we can do in that regard. So I thought, at least if we had a clarification of what the variances were, and you have the plan, possibly we can update the plan. We were able to do that, you know, within 2 weeks the last time. If that's the requirement, I think we can, you know, we can do that as well, again, just to show them on the plan. And again, you know, we only got this from the building inspector last Wednesday. So, you know,
Right.
we're doing what we can.
We didn't get the letter from the town engineer with his approval of the shoreline depiction until just yesterday.
Understood, and understood. And, you know, I've been driving Noreen crazy and Dave crazy, and I appreciate everybody's efforts to, you know, to accommodate us and get us on tonight.
Well, I thought it was important. I know you were, you know, making the efforts to get the work done, and, you know, now being you have all the facts in hand, we're changing some of the aspects of this application. And, you know, I just wanted to give you a read ahead on where I fall on this topic. I mean, I don't represent the entire board. I'm just, if you can have a map back to Noreen, right, showing what your ultimate proposal is here to get you through these variances. You know, I don't want to hold up a public hearing for another month, because that puts us all the way into December.
Thank you. That's exactly what we've been trying to do. We can get you the updated map. We're in a little bit of a catch-22, you know, only because it was the two new sheds kind of held up the processing of the initial application. And rather than get rid of the sheds, we said, okay, we'll take steps right away to seek the permits, get them denied, and get and you know, put in a submission. So I guess now that everything is before the board, you know, there are several, actually there are 6 different variances that would be required. And I understand the board may be more willing to accommodate several of the variances than others. But of course, I'll make a further submission with our arguments. I think you're aware that the property is unique, that there are no neighbors, it really can't be seen from the road. And I'll present that all to the board for your consideration. But again, it may be something that it's not all or nothing, or the board may choose to allow a variance of a lesser amount after the public hearing. And that's what you do. That's up to the board. That's within your complete discretion. And we will get you as much information as we can, so that you can make your decision and get it to you on time, and try to make it so that you don't have to look at things at the last minute, you know, before the public hearing.
Okay, and you know, I guess I imagine that if you're sending something to the surveyor, marking it up, showing him where you want to relocate these buildings to, you know, if you can get us that draft document, you know, post haste, we at least have that much information in hand, something that depicts how what your intentions of solving this thing is, and you know, because I know it takes. You put your request into the surveyor, he's got to get it on his schedule, he's got to republish the map, you know, that if we had the draft plan by next
November
week,
2nd.
November 2nd, then you know, you could follow that up with the formal plan from the surveyor. Because I realize these things don't happen overnight.
Okay, can you just clarify, what do you want by the second? I'm trying to, because that's only about 4 days, I think.
Right.
It's next Tuesday
just
by noon.
Take a copy of the existing map that you have, right, the current one, and just mark out where you're proposing to put these two other sheds. I mean, and, you know, ultimately, we have to see that, you know, on a formal map signed by the surveyor, but at least if you can get us that information by
Okay,
Tuesday,
so that,
then we'll be willing to schedule the public hearing for November.
okay, we had a discussion at a prior meeting. When you say mark it up, is it okay for my client and myself to delineate it on it and then follow up with the surveyor, or do you want it from the surveyor?
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you
Okay.
that latitude because I know you have to mark something up
Okay.
anyway to give it to the surveyor, say, here's what
Okay.
we want to do
Understood,
now.
understood.
All right.
Now, the, at the risk of opening an issue, when Noreen, or how do we prepare the public hearing notice? To go through Dave, through Noreen?
It goes through me. Once I have all your paperwork and can write the letter, I'll write the letter and get the addresses from the assessor's office. And we'll get you that and you will have to do your mailings.
That's fine. And I'm just raising the issue right now. For instance, we're requesting whatever category. One is a 20-foot variance, one's a 30-foot variance. Now, the engineer is saying that the lake is actually 2 feet shallower than what's depicted. So let's say, for instance, when it all gets said and done, we don't need a 30-foot variance, we need a 28-foot variance.
I need to know exactly what you need. Yes,
I don't, you know, I don't know if it's worth your while to try to, you know, differentiate the shoreline. If he's saying based on his field observation, it's 2 feet this way or that way, I would go with what the surveyor already has on the map.
Yeah,
You know, because whether you're
I think
asking
I
for
agree.
a 30-foot variance or a 28-foot variance, that doesn't mean much to me.
In terms
Okay,
of the
so I
public
think
hearing
I
notice,
think that was the purpose of my question. You know, so I got it.
I would
I got it.
being he's saying it's within 2 feet of what's shown on the map, I would leave it where it is. Excuse me.
Understood.
2-foot difference is not going to stop me from asking a question saying, okay, if you're really doing this in good faith and you have to move the shed, why not move it back to where it's not a variance?
Right.
Okay, that's fine. And I want to try to ask all the questions and get to all the issues so I can get Noreen what she needs for the public hearing notice.
Noreen, did we lose you?
No, I'm still here. As long as it's agreeing that I need to know what the 6 variances are. Dave has to then approve what I write up.
approved.
As
Understood.
long as we know what they are for. And you agree that if it's 30 feet versus 28, you don't care what it says, I'll go with the 30.
I understand, and that was the point of my question.
Unless Dave says I can't, that's up to, I
No,
mean,
No,
lawyer.
it's fine, it's fine. As is fine, because the only
Okay.
problem that would rise if it was to go in the other way. If he needs a greater variance, then we have to make sure we're noticing it for the greater number.
Right,
Okay.
and in this particular case, that would not be happening.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
All right.
setting this for a public hearing for November.
Yep, so do we have a motion to put it on?
I just need to know how to word it with the preconditions.
The precondition was that he has to get up a
Updated.
draft copy of the revised site plan showing the all the proposed variances and relocations of sheds.
Can I make a
And how
motion?
he's going to clear all that up.
I make a motion to
To do that.
schedule for public hearing on November 23rd with the precondition of a stamped copy of the site map with all the things asked for.
I'll second that.
Kevin did, one clarification was that the stamped copy of the map will follow a few weeks later, but by November 2nd, he's got to get us that draft
Okay.
copy. Yeah.
By November 2nd, I make a motion to schedule for a public hearing on November 23rd. If by November 2nd, a unofficial version of the copy is submitted to us, followed by a stamped version of the site plans.
That's great.
I'll second that then.
Understood.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Joe. Thank you for
Okay.
appearing tonight. I enjoy your beautiful background. I recognize the view there a
Yes.
number of times myself.
Like that view, by the way.
Thank you. I really do. I thank Noreen. I know we've been pressing her and sending a lot of emails, and I appreciate your cooperation and everybody's as well. So if you guys have 5 public hearings next week, maybe you want to start the meeting early.
Don't do that.
We have to have dinner before we get to one of these.
Good luck.
Dave's eating his
Good luck.
tie.
Yeah, I'm eating my tie right now.
Yeah, you guys are real busy. Thank you very, very much. And we will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, Joe.
Thank you. So that
We are not
closes
doing
out
minutes at 1 o'clock.
returning projects for tonight. And the only thing we have left on our agenda is the review and approval of minutes, which at this point in time, I would like to make the suggestion we push that off till next month.
Perfect.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, before
Okay.
you all hang up, I sent an email around 3:30 today of a zoning class. I think it's Thursday night on a Zoom call, 7 to 8. If you want to check it out, if you're available, because you got to get your 4 credits in. We're running out of time.
No.
Copy
Okay.
that.
That's all I have for tonight.
All right. So
I'm too tired to
with
think of
that,
anything else.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 1 o'clock.
Good night, everyone.
Long night.
Not bad.
Thank you.
Thank
We did
you.
it.
Good night.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.